Greetings, people. Hope you're all well. I can't remember what. 14? Oh, let me know if you want any volumes for anything up and down, sideways, upways. I'll just let this little video continue. I can't speak. Walking video continue playing till 5 o'clock. But I will talk a little bit. Give a little bit of an for you early walkers, talkers, listeners, second monitor dwellers, whatever it is. Give a little bit of an AI announcement. Please stop asking people if you should use AI for X, Y, and Z. If you want to use AI for anything other than a quick summary, auto-completion, reminder, I need to refresh my memory, because I understand the subject, so I will catch it if it do anything wrong. That's what AI is good for in coding, tech, IT, and stuff like that. It has super other beneficial applications in other fields, but it can't and won't replace people because they're going to be needed when they have to fix the shit that it's doing. I have an anecdote I saw a live stream where a developer with 20 plus years experience got laid off, was in chat, and they got laid off to an AI that generated code that it then also reviewed to tell them that the generated code was wrong, insecure, and bad, and fix that code to then review the code again to then tell them that other things in the code and some of the fixes that it made was bad and insecure. Some of it was of positive and some of it was a false positive. If you are a person that asks, should I replace a person with AI to do a job in the tech world, you are 6 out of 10 times you are putting blind trust into a toddler. Because AI for development is a smart toddler. It's a 5-year-old. It understands to speak, it understands how to formulate sentences somewhat. It can fool you to think it's smart, like a 5-year-old or a second, third, fourth grader child could do. But then when you sit down and actually have a conversation with it, you will understand that it don't know shit. And I'm getting a little bit fed up with the people in tech asking if they should use it in scientific studies and for their thesis rotation, their college rotation. If you're already thinking like that, you should not be in the place you are in. I'm sorry to say it. Back in the day, we had the same problem with IDEs. And a lot of people started to use IDEs because they helped out a lot. They did a lot of mundane, basic stuff for you. And then they got the education, they got hired in a place, and then oops, they didn't use the same ID as they used, and then they had to code in another ID that didn't either hold their hand so much, or one that barely hold your hand at all, and they could not develop. They lost their job because they could not actually work without the IDE. Where the people that used Notepad++ or something like that, they still had a job. So unless you're an expert, don't use IDEs. Unless you're an expert or intermediate, don't use IDEs or use AI to do your work. Because you will have to fix AI shit down the line. You never ask an AI to fix its own problems. It's like asking a guy that just nailed his foot to the floor to take his foot out of the floor and then continue working, because then he will nail his foot to the floor again because he didn't learn anything. I hope this little early bird introduction was a little bit helpful. Let's do this here. And again, like I said, don't trust AI. It's a lot of people are starting to realize how bad it is for complex stuff. It will speed up your development if you know how to use it, but not in the way you think. It will speed up your development in it's a better autocomplete than IntelliSense, or what the fuck they all are called. It can somewhat foresee by looking at your code that, oh, you need a function or a class that do this while you're about to type it. IntelliSense, IntelliJ kind of thing can't really do that. And that's what it should be used for. So it's not replacing the knowledge or using its knowledge to write the code. It's just helping the developer write the code that they want to write faster. That's how it should be used. So instead of you typing in all the lines of code, the AI is like, oh, I know what you want to do here. It shows your preview, and if it's right, you accept it, or if it's like 9% right, you accept it. That's what AI is great for. If you use agents and prompt engineer your way out of stuff, you will prompt engineer an agent your way into tech debt. That is going to be so expensive down the line, because let's say that said AI fucks up and you need to use another AI and they don't look at the world the same way. It may say that the code is unusable, right? It maybe is or maybe not, is you don't know. The AI don't know. It's just like, well, I predict that it's useless, or I predict that it's useful. Also, AI can't make scalable code. It can't make secure code. If you want to build apps that are scalable, don't use AI as your primary development. I had a colleague, I think you would call it, that looked over some AI-generated code. It was some TypeScript code. And it did everything, like a complex website with JavaScript, or with a React Native app in JavaScript, TypeScript/JavaScript. It did everything in one file. One file. It was a mess. And it had a hard time modularize it because of that. I have had, and many of my friends and colleagues have had problems with AI where you ask it to do a certain thing, and it would give you 10,000 different answers depending on what day you ask it. Or even if you ask it like 5 minutes later, like, can you please, like, I forgot how to do this thing, it will now give you another answer than the first one. It's not consistent. And that's why you get a lot of AIs that say, we do it this way, and then another AI that you may use for auditing, because it's a little bit better for that, may follow another coding standard, or think it's following another coding standard, and therefore says that your code is useless. This is happening all over the place right now. Sadly, gladly, put it in however you want to put it in. It's I don't call it sad reality, but it is what it is, I guess. Like it's I don't know what to say. It's look, positive side, okay? You have an idea. Would this work on a mobile phone, or would the idea be like, is it something other people may want to use on a mobile phone, or in your household? Let vibe code the living shit out of that, and then be like, it don't have to work 100%. I just want to see, can I make can an app that do this with these functionalities, would that make sense? Then you build it, and you take something off, you take something on, you refactor it a little bit, and you're like, yes, now I have a workable idea. Then you give it to the engineers. So it can speed up research and development like massively. Would it be a good idea to merge Go, C# and JavaScript? Let's make a program that do that. That takes a little bit of Go for back-end stuff, JavaScripting for, let's say, some front-end stuff, and C# for like maybe the middleman or business logic. How is that going to be run with the mindset of latency, complexity, and stuff like that? Vibe code an app that do that, or a program that do that, to see if it's something that will just not work at fucking all. It's just like too many moving targets, too many different things going on at the same time. Or it's like, oh, it actually makes sense if you do it this and this way, and AI came up with some good suggestions. That's how you use AI. But you don't sit and vibe code and then put it on the App Store or sell it to people. Just like you don't make a Linux distribution by changing the wallpaper and the icon set and call it revolutionary, unique, never done before. When you go on to GNOME Look and download the theme wallpaper set icon, and you have the same distro. And then you specifically with app or applications apps that are require any data from the user to be stored, so login and stuff like that. You need the location, you need access to like what will you call it, sensitive and semi-sensitive stuff. If that's a vibe coded app, you will end up with the T app all over again, where some things are so easily hacked, or it's just an open bucket with if you find the link, you get access to all the user data. But if you just want to see if this idea I have, is this something that may work? If I make an app that supplements another app, will that make sense? Vibe code that supplemental app to see if it makes sense, and if it makes sense, then do it right. And yes, you can take some of the code that is generated under the proof of concept. But I'm so scared of seeing all this AI generated code in production code nowadays, because it's going to kick our ball sacks in the future. Because people realize how stupid AI is. Super stupid. I had a conversation about some C# development I was doing. And I was like, well, I was making this weather app you see on my weather overlay. And I never done TypeScript before, and I needed a break. So in the same conversation that I had about like 2 hours of C# banging back and forth, I was asking it a TypeScript question. And it could not figure it out. Like, why? I think you mean C#, and then no, I mean TypeScript. And then it would give me half C# and half TypeScript answer. Because it thought I wanted to implement the TypeScript into C#. And like, no, I'm working on another project. So I need to start a whole new conversation with it. Like, start all over again. It's not like you and me talking right now. We can talk about this. Then we can talk about penguins. We can talk about cars. We can talk about the clouds. We can talk about mouses. We can talk about graphic cards, RAM prices, all of these different things. And AI can't keep a track of that. But if the only thing you want to talk with it about, today we are talking about tires. And the only thing you have in that conversation is about tires. It's a decent place to be. But I had the problem with Copilot because I was doing a lot of C# development. And then what the fuck was it? It was when I decided to not use Copilot anymore. Either it was Flutter or Go I wanted to learn a little bit about. And I would ask it, Flutter questions, Go questions. And it's like, well, according to our previous conversations, and you being a heavily C# developer, we recommend you to either stay with C# with this, or not use this new coding language for that, or here's how you do it in C# instead of doing it in... I just want you to do it in Flutter, or do it in Go, or whatever it was. Like, I know this is a different coding languages, and I know that I've only used you for C# because of work, but this is a personal project. And it took me like an hour to convince it to like just keep it on track, basically. And this was like January. But also I think didn't Microsoft say they were going away from GPT and going over to... the fuck was it? Or was it Apple that was going away from GPT to Gem? I think it was Apple going to Gemini. Because ChatGPT didn't snuff up. Yeah, I think that's... I can't remember now. I just read about it a week ago. Because... Copilot... I can't spell. And GPT are more or less the same. Because Microsoft more or less owns OpenAI. And ChatGPT or OpenAI is in massive problems right now. And they have not... well, basically Sam Altman is a massive scam artist, but that's another thing. Do you guys know about the story of him being fired and then circumvented the board of directors with one or two big sponsors and then got them fired? There was a funny situation. And then most of the people that got fired, they started Anthropic. And that's why they're doing things so differently from OpenAI. The board of directors called him a sociopath. AI is... It's the .NET all over again. This is exactly what happened with when the internet was like booming. This is exactly like almost like and this also shows you how stupid society is, to be honest. But when the .NET craze was around, it happened almost identical to what's going on with AI right now. People found out they could have websites, they could sell on the web, they could reach more people, and then if you just talked about the internet or said, I have a website as a company, or use the .com, like we are now a .com company, investors will spend billions of dollars on you, like they do with AI now. Mega centers will be built to host servers, and the internet is going to make everything faster, cure cancer and all of these things in 10 years. And then after 5-ish years, it just all up. Oh, it's done that for 1 or 2 years now. I think I heard about it in 2024. 2024, I think I heard about it. Where you have to go in and untick a bot or a checkbox. Maybe that's why I had so many problems with it lately. Maybe it's been enabled again. Also, Microsoft's latest update broke Windows Defender. Or at least it broke the icon. So it tells you it needs attention. And when you go in and look at Windows Defender, and there's nothing wrong. So I made an app that refreshes the icon on a button press. And then I looked on my laptop. It's like, that don't have that problem. Oh, there's a Windows update pending. So I updated Windows on my laptop, and it has the same problem now. It after I think it's like 1 day, 2 days, the system tray icon tells you that there's something wrong with Windows Defender. It needs your attention, and it's just a broken whatever it is. And it's probably because it's wipe coded, man. It's yeah, it is a strange world. But funny enough, and I don't know, like, it has to be like a environmental societal thing, but you don't see all of this fucking shit going on in Japan, Korea, Southeast Asia and stuff like that. Like, they do, lick its butthole, but they're not going around and building $1 trillion farms and stuff like that like we do here. Yeah, Linux has a security problem yet again. We'll go into this in like 10 minutes, I think, when more people start to chime in. Have you not heard about the latest exploit that makes every Linux distribution hackable? Oh, exploits. It's not a bug. It's an exploit. A bug is like an icon misaligned or something like that. Well, then stop bitching and moaning about Windows having security issues then. It's that simple. The only reason why I'm doing this is to showcase how hypocritical Linux users are. Because I expect quite a lot Linux users, it's fixed already and blah blah blah. It's the same with Windows and Mac OS. When you hear about it, it's fixed. That's how 99% of security problem and bugs are, is that when you hear about it, when the public knows about it, it's either really close to being fixed or already fixed. Where Linux users think they have a 100% secure system. I have not had problems with Windows search though. But then also so I don't. Are you thinking about like the yeah, it's probably because I don't use search. I just use the start. I can't speak, the start menu. So I click Windows key and then I type something. And that seems to be working quite well and fast for me. But I don't use the search like the hourglass kind of thing. Because it is built into Windows Start menu. Let me see. I have to do math now. I mean, 2026. So my 28 plus years with Linux and Linux users tell me something different. Being in forums since the 90s, talking with Linux users on here privately for decades, watch comment sections on Linux YouTubers for decades. Yep, I go to the same places as you go to. I go to the same place, I just don't buy into the bullshit. I don't go in there to get my confirmations confirmed. I go in there to see what people say, and if you scroll, you will see it. Oh yeah, they were talking about the K2 should be... You want me to go and look over 28 years of Linux history because you have not encountered it. This is like this, again, stupidity 10,000 times 1. This is typical Linux users. In development, there's a saying, like, to mark development, that's like, but it works on my computer. And you being a smart person, when you hear someone say, but it works on my computer, that should tell you everything. I've never seen a polar bear in real life, so they must not exist. I have never seen... what have I never seen? Many things. What is relatable? I never seen a person with only one arm and one leg in my life, so they must never exist. That's the argument that you're bringing on the table. And you want me to sit here now and find these things? Go read the comments on my YouTube videos. Go to forums. Spend a few hours roaming the internet. And you will find them. You will find comments like Linux is the most secure OS because it never had viruses. Which it had. Linux is more secure than Windows, where security experts have debunked that no OS is more secure than another OS. Well, just because it's not, again, you're coming with the argument, but it works on my computer. You say it's not normal. How do you know it's not normal? Because you never have seen it? You are not the milestone of what is normal in this life. You can say it's not normal for me, or it's not, what is it called? Something that I occur. And now we got scared and ran away. 5 minutes and we go into Linux security problems. Or a mod banned them, I don't know. I don't know if this filtered water actually works or not. Is it more smooth? I don't know. Smooth. We have a lot of minerals. Why do I think about this like is StarCraft, like that sound where they say minerals in my head now? Yeah, we have like really heavy water. Not the ones we use for nuclear reactor, but like there's a lot of shit in our water here. And me being an idiot and wasting money, I'm like, let's buy this thing that filter water. This there's not a totally water. It's basically just like a if you know, this is where you put water in, and there's like a little insert here. With a filter. That you then pour all the water in, and then it gets filtered with this filter here. And it drips out into here. So, this typically is filtered water. I know that's not how it's spelled filtered, but you get what I'm saying, yeah. Hey, Toyota. Oh man, I've worked on a lot of Toyota Corollas. And it's not super expensive, but these filters here, you use like one every 2 months or something like that, and they cost a pretty penny. But it should take a lot of the weird minerals and stuff like that, you don't. Some idiot was like, Linux don't have problems or something like that. And then they deleted that conversation. And then I start talking about filtered water. Because I took a sip of my filtered water. And I'm like, I don't even know if it's better than my regular water or not. But they say like it's the company that makes this system here, or this like hole or whatever the fuck you will call it. The thought. It's basically just like a 2-liter water container. They made it with like people that have like asthma and shit like that. That have like health problems. So they made this system where you fill the water if there's something like you have a little bit of a bad reaction to some minerals and stuff like that. And they say that it should help with the taste of the water and all of that shit. And I'm like, it does feel smooth, but it's just the placebo effect because I spent like $30 on all this system or whatever. Like, what is it? Is it placebo? Is it actually work? Yeah, I don't know. It should also take a lot of, the stuff that clog up your coffee machine and stuff like that. So I'm going to try and test it with that. And basically just fill this chamber 1 up, and then within like a few minutes chamber 2 is all filled up. And what I typically do is like when this is all filled up, it filled up to here. Then I fill this up a second time. Blop, blop, blop. So there's water to like here. So when I pour water from here, then this will then drip into here. And keep this up until all of this water in here is done. Fill that water. How is this hard to explain? Fill that water. Plain old fill that water. A cube. Cubes. Oh, I was thinking about another distribution. Must be a better solution for security than Linux, but it's. Oh shit! I almost died. Well, the best. We can talk about that before we go into the Linux security. But it is part of Linux security, so... Oh, what the fuck are you doing here? Well, if you want to be better secure on Linux than any other OS, you run the Linux kernel that is hardened. Just put a H in here. Then you run a file system that's mutable. Put an M in there. Then you have a Wireshark or hardware. Monitor. To monitor network and stuff like activity and stuff like that. So we get a second PC or rack system. My dyslexia is really bad today. If you run this, you have a not impenetrable or non-infectable system, but you can with 100,000% certainty say that you are more secure than Windows, Mac OS, Haiku, and 99% of any other Linux users. But why do people not do this? It takes effort. You need to know how to harden the kernel. That means a lot of things as extra security enabled. That makes it a bit and irritating to work with. You have to have a mutable system where every time you need a fucking change, you have to reboot or do some magic to get that to work. You then have to tunnel everything through Wireshark in another computer or hardware monitor in a rack system that helps you have extra firewalls and monitor your systems and all that shit. That can potentially give you latency if you're a gamer and problems that way. There will be websites that could probably block you because they think you are dubious person. Because you're using all of these things. You have to remember one thing. If it's easy for you, it's easy for hackers. The more inconvenient it is for you, it's more inconvenient for hackers, phishers, whatever. The security and convenience never goes hand in hand. Okay? So we can have a little bit of a curve here. Convenience and secure. So this is how convenient it is, and this is how secure it is. So let's see if I can remember how to do this graph here. So if it's super convenient, that would be up here. If it's super secure, it's non-convenient at all. You will have a graph that goes like this. So, password managers. Let's give them a 1. Encryption. Let's give them a 2. Passwords. Like just, the normal password email you put into your email address. Let's give them a 3. 2-factor. No, 2-factor. Let's give them a 4. So, where on this scale, password managers, convenience versus security? Probably here. There's super convenient, but not really that secure because you're putting the security onto someone else. I'm just talking about what most people would be willing to do and are using and stuff like that. We could go down a rabbit hole and put everything in a Faraday cage and stuff like that. Your password and your email will be up here. 2-factor authentication. Probably around here. Encryption. Probably around here. So if it's easy for you to work with, it's easy for other people to get handoff or use or infect or whatever you want to look at it. Look at it like this is how most people can realize or noticing it. You have a door. Plain old door. Let's draw the door. Boop, 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 boop. Is this Mario? Am I getting Nintendo bottlenecked? We have a door. It has a knob on it. You want to go in the door, you turn the knob, you go in. Super convenient, not secure at all. Put a lock on it. I have to fucking have the key. It close or lock every time I close it. A little bit inconvenient, but also a little bit secure. Then you put in a number pad on it. So now you both have to have a key and you have to have a code. I have to remember the code. I have to have the key, but then I can get in. But then because people don't like inconveniences, they just, they take their hobby knife and somewhere in the door that's a little bit difficult to see, they put 1, 2, 3, 4 in it so they can remember it. Now you're taking away the security that the padlock or the security key gives you. You always, every time you think about something with security, it's like this thing that you're trying to make secure, think of it as a door you want to go into. How easy is it for me to get in that door? It will always be easier for you than bad people, but not much easier or harder for them. It's a small little, like, let's say if it's 1 for you on the easiness scale, maybe a 2 or 3 on the bad people's easiness scale, depending on what you're doing. So if there's something you really, really want to protect, it has to be super irritating for you to work with. Because if it's irritating for you to work with, it's magnitude more irritating for someone trying to get hold of it. Or if you have to do like 10,000 different fucking swing a dead cat over the computer, put in a password, dance a certain dance, secret handshake, donate to your favorite charity, and then you can come in. Of course, to some degree, there is too much inconveniences and nobody's going to do it. But that's how you should look at security as a broader aspect. I have full encrypted my hard disk. I'm a happy boy. But the password is super simple, or else I forget it. Well, it won't take long for them to then crack that, Or have it's super, super complicated. It's like a 70-character password, but it's written in the bottom underneath the Windows license. Oh, hey. The password is the Windows license key that is printed on the back of the computer. Well, it won't take long to figure that one out either. So security is not convenient. The second it becomes convenient, you have to weigh out, okay, how much security am I sacrificing for this conveniency? So if you go with a really, really good password manager, it's worth the risk. Because we have so many fucking places we need passwords for and stuff like that. If you also enable two-factor authentication. Then there's, so I have a security key, a pass key. The fuck was that? I don't know how I did that. So, it's not a penis, okay? So it's a USB device that I plug in. And it stores security keys and stuff like that, pass keys and whatnot. So some sites allow you to do this, where you can log in with this security key. So you give it, you log in with your password, you look at YubiKey and stuff like that. So you use your normal password and email address, and it's like, please put in your security key. And you put it in. Mine you have to touch also. So there's a PIN code to unlock it. It can be a PIN code or a long, dangerous password, whatever you want. And then you put that in, and then you have to also touch it. It's not biometric, but you have to touch it. And it also have a near field communicator on NFC, I think. Near field, isn't it? NFC is called. I can't remember now. So you can pair that with your phone, and you have to use that also. That means that for really, really sensitive places, people can't get in until they physically have this key. They have to have this key. And then know the password to the key. This is something almost a Google, Microsoft, Meta, they all use this form or form like this for security, by the way. And even if you steal the key, you don't even know what it unlocks. It's just not like, oh, this unlocks my corporate account. You know. Well, your proprietary software is what we're talking about. Now we're talking about security. So, even if you steal the key, you don't even know where I have enabled it or not. You get what I'm coming at here. So, if you really care about security, get a secure, like a... What is mine is called an iSeal. This from a Swiss company. Swissbit. So this is a Swiss company that makes the one I have. I need more of these, by the way. They are a little bit expensive for what they are. They're basically just a USB key that holds certificates. But if you really, really want nobody to get into an account, make that your only login method and, you know. Yeah, but API keys, that's more like... At worst, for most cases with API keys, again, depending on what you're doing, of course, it just costs you a lot of money if people get hold of them. It's not like they then use it to hack into your corporate account and cipher all your money out. But for a private person, go for Swissbit, YubiKey, just any pass key or what they're called manufacturer that actually follows standards. So I guarantee that they, are 100% more secure. Yeah, so that's deadly. Yeah, I get that. But as a consumer, I highly recommend, or small businesses, get a fucking pass key, man. Get a good old pass key. And then don't have like a note besides like this unlocks, and have like a somewhat secure pin or whatever or unlock for the pass key. Some of them will even have a fingerprint reader on them. The more expensive ones, or they will have like a numpad on them. Oh god, sorry. So they will have a numpad on them. So that takes away the key loggers and stuff like that from if there's any of that on your computer. Because you have to either use your thumbprint to unlock it, and that data stored on the device, or you have to put in a password. Yeah, I don't trust them. That's why I use a pass key. And then if I can't get my pass key, I use Google as or Microsoft Authenticator as a backup. But the primary method for a lot of my stuff is passkey protect. Like you have to have my physical key, passkey. And some of them I even removed Google and Microsoft Authenticator from because it's a third-party person. They are hackable. Microsoft have been hacked before. Google has been hacked before. If you make it so you can only log on to your account if you have this physical key, well, let's say you lose it while you are with your mistress, you're fucked. Like, you are fucked. And as like I said, Google, Microsoft, Oracle, all the big companies use these pass keys or some form of physical authentication to be like, yes, this is a human actually fucking doing this. That is with the machine. So for you to exploit it, you have to be local. And you have to have the key, and you have to have the key password. Which is like really, really, like, let's say you get the key and you get the password, you now have to find a machine, have access to the accounts you want to use, and let's say it's internal the accessibility to the software you want to run, you can only do that from the company itself. Like, you have to be within the four walls of the company. Well, okay, I stole your key. I know your password to the key. Now I have to get in the company. Because I can't just hack in. Because I can't just plug my key. Well, I can... Depending on how good you are and how much effort you want to, you could technically just plug it in and then forward the USB key from your computer to that computer over some code. But that's super fucking weird and dangerous and also somewhat easily detectable. But it is like a really good thing. Should we get into Linux little security problem? Should we get into the Linux little security problem? So there is... Let me put down some things that is universal for every piece of software, no matter license and who makes it. I will explain this in detail. Okay. Let's start with the first one. This is why I think a lot of these are the reasons why I think a lot of people get super surprised over, oh god, Linux has problems, Linux has viruses, Linux has exploits and stuff like that. Yeah, because no code is perfect. You can never make the perfect code. No matter how smart you are, people are, how many developers you have, how big your company is, and whatever obscure programming language you're using, if you think that you can make the perfect code, that also means you will stop auditing it so much, you will stop looking up for it, you will stop researching it, you will stop looking at it, and therefore you will then become more suggestible for problems, bugs, security risks. Call it what you will. But if you just go out with the thing, just like anything, nothing is perfect on Earth. Nothing. Not you. There is no thing existing or past, present, future, whatever, that is perfect in any subject of this thing we call existence. It can never be. It never will be. But you see a lot of Linux users think this, you know, oh, we never have like massive exploits, massive a lot of bugs. We had a lot of bugs. We never had a lot of security problems and blah, 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 blah. And now they just seem to be coming in left, right, and center. Like, it's almost like every week there's a Linux security issue nowadays. That's because, as people like to say, more and more people are using Linux. That also means more and more people are auditing Linux and more people are hacking Linux. So they find this stuff. So they find this shit. Because just because I don't know, or let's say just because I think I closed my back door, don't mean I have. If I don't check it or nobody checks it regularly, I could have locked it, but I could also take the trash out, walk the dog, and use the back door and forgot to relog it. Nothing is secure by default. You should never have the mindset of anything is secure by default. You should always question, how perfect is it? How secure is it? If that's what you care about. How stable is it? So my past work, I sometimes got some flack from management because I sometimes will overdo things. And I have to explain to them that's because, well, I'm really, really a nitpicker for usability, stability, security. So I'd rather spend 2 more extra days making sure that, at least as far as I can tell, and with the resources we have, this is stable, usable, and secure. Which meant that the software that I was involved in typically didn't have that many problems in the long run. Because me and my colleague, we spent, like I said, sometimes a week extra to make sure, like, he looked over my shit, I looked over his shit, we looked over the shit together to test it. Is there any potential security stuff? And if we were really, really paranoid, we got another developer that had nothing to do with the project. Is this useful for you? Do you think the UI and stuff like that makes sense? Is there anything we could have done better in the code? Do you think there's some potential security issues here and blah, 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 blah? Because we never thought that our code is perfect. No matter if it's proprietary, FOSS, whatever it is. You know, can you please stop using the word Linux tart? Because it's just as obnoxious as the Linux users batching Windows users. Just call them Linux users. And if you can't call them Linux users, please go out of the chat. Because it's like, it's so fucking toxic. I get triggered reading it. It's just it's like you're trying to hide your toxicity. Call them Linux users. That's it. Don't stoop to their level. Don't stoop to their level. Be better than them. If they're mean to you, be nice to them. Yeah, zero trust. Yeah, exactly, Scooby. So, little rant over. Yeah, always test. Makes, you know. And a lot of people will appreciate it. Because they don't have to come and bug you like a week later when you put it into production because there's this issue here. But sometimes you have project managers that don't give you time to do this. And you have no one on your team that will advocate for more testing and security. I get it. I was just a loud-speaking idiot that told them that we need this or else you could get into problems that will cost you thousands of dollars in the long run. And they were like, oh, okay. Which goes into the second one here. I don't care how many years of experience you have or how good you are. You will make mistakes. I don't care how many people can see the source code and how many people you put on, how many testing concepts and unit testing and AI testing and whatever, how much you've done it, there will be issues. Bugs, security problems, whatever it is. Let me put it this way. It's better to have a meeting 5 months down the line, you and your team being like, why the fuck have we not had any bug report yet on this software? That's the meaning you should strive to have. Why the fuck did nobody tell us that this broke 5 months down the line? Why have we not gotten any complaints? And then go ask them. That's what I would do sometimes if I didn't have much to do. I'd be like, so we gave you a software a few months ago. Is there any fucking problems? And some will come with some UI stuff or like, yeah, or maybe a little bit of optimization. But always be proactive. Be like, okay, we haven't heard anything. Like, what the fuck? Nothing can be this perfect. What the fuck is going on here? And then go ask the user, like, did we not fuck up this time? Or did, like, you didn't see the big penis we draw on the user boot screen? Or what, you know, like, it don't, like, crash the coffee machine every the first Thursday on every month and the light goes out. Did we actually make something good for once? You know, like, if they don't come to you, always be like, it can't be that good. I have to figure out, is that, like, did we, like, okay, did we do a good job? Yeah. Have you not found anything? No. Okay. I may go home and pick up a lottery ticket on my way home then today. You know, like, never expect that with you, that what you do is like this amazing, perfect thing. And you can't do wrong, you know. Oh yeah, of course, every OS, every fandom has its good and bad people. Don't get me wrong, 1000% with you there. But never, like, and I'm stepping aside a little bit because I started this channel. Well, I had it for a long time, but I started to get serious with it like in 2018-19. And ever since then, I've told people, and the people in my community have told people, it's just a matter of time before we see all these security problems with Linux. Like, it's just a matter of time. And people have been laughed at us, yelled at us, and blah, 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 blah. Told us we were crazy, stupid, and now we are the one laughing at them. I can't count how many times Chris Tides Tech, Distro2, Luke Smith, all this like, it's for us, everyone can see the code, therefore it's the most secure, blah, 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 blah. Who's looking the fool now? And the reason why they are saying it is because they start out with this philosophy. They start out with this mindset. That the code is perfect. And because it's so open, everyone will find the bugs faster than anyone else. And then like, oh, well, the latest massive exploit in Linux has been there since 2017. There have been found exploit in Linux and FOSS software that's been there for decades. There was some that were all the way, I can't remember which one it was, but it was all the way back, I think, from the 90s or something like that. But that's because they think, oh, again, but it works on my machine. I have never had an issue. I have never had a problem. That is the mindset a lot of unknowledgeable people come in with. Again, like a told said person that deleted everything and ran away like a scared child. I've never seen a polar bear and realized that they might not exist. I've heard people talk about it, seen it on TV, but I've not touched one myself. I've never seen a person with only one leg and one arm, so therefore they must never exist. We are not the milestone or guideline for what is normal in this universe. So just because you have run Linux, have never had an issue, it run perfectly, and for you it works better than Windows, that don't mean it's like that for everyone else. So always remember the first two. And that's, again, why I think we have another problem with Linux, is that why should we look at the source code? It's perfect or someone else is going to do it. Yeah, treat people with respect. Well, I treat people that are jerks like jerks, so. Another one, every software, I don't care how secure you think it is, it can be hacked. So I work a lot with Windows, and he don't know much about Windows admin either. I will say that that's where he's strongest at. Like his strongest knowledge base is Windows admin. But I will call him a mediocre Windows admin. He's probably, yeah, you'll call him a mediocre Azure Windows admin, that's it. No, it's just because people are talking about him. I don't give a fuck. I don't care about him, but every time I mention him, I get a lot of views and subscribers. And every time I make videos about him, I get a lot of views and subscribers. So, like, feed the algorithm. But I don't give a fuck about him. Well, he used to be a Windows admin for a company. So, but again, I don't know how involved he was in it, or how big the company was and what they did. But from looking at his code and how he speaks and what he speaks about, let's say you take a Windows sysadmin exam and you apply yourself, you will be better than him within a few years. In my humble opinion. If you use Linux for 6 months and you apply yourself, you know more about Linux than he does. But yeah, you always have to say to yourself, no matter how secure I made this system, hardware, bunker, vault, everything is hackable, everything is breachable. It's just a matter of someone figuring it out. Or the right tools getting invented, or whatever however you will put it. Maybe a new weapon system comes out that will circumvent some of the security that you put in place and make it insecure. Or a new attack vector in software security or hacking comes along and makes some of the systems that you thought were now secure insecure. You should always have the mindset of that I can be hacked, I can be breached, and everything I do is hackable, breachable, no matter if it's physical security or software security. And then do the best you can to mitigate that. But never fall into this false sense of security and think, hey club, Granny Club, Fat Club, yeah, Granny is a funny name. But never sit in that false sense of security and think, I've done everything I can. The code is perfect. There's no bugs in it. It's not breachable. The system I use is perfect. It can never get massive bugs that would be security risk and stuff. Because what these things, if you think like what I type on the screen, if you think like this, you're forcing yourself to be proactive. That don't mean you have to live like a paranoid, schizophrenic, fucking prepper. Having a nuclear bunker and all that shit. But just never think that I can never get hacked. Or it's never going to happen to me. It may never happen to you. But what if it does? And you're ill prepared? It's better to be prepared and a little bit underprepared than not prepared at all. So every system can be hacked. Every system can have backdoors. No matter license, owners, developer, size, type, ethnicity, whatever the fuck it is. Always have this in your own mind that have this in mind that it can be hacked. There may be things I have not foreseen yet, so when you do things, again, that's again why I'm so big a proponent of testing. Like, rather test one extra time, even if it takes like 1 day, an hour longer. At least you are more prepared than if you don't. you know. Yeah, some backdoors are intentionally, but some of those backdoors can end up being a bigger problem than you think they are. You know, that they think they are. I was about to click something on with my mouse. So we had talked about this. And again, it's only secure if you look after it. That just like in physical security. New systems, weapon systems, software system, hardware systems, tools get invented all the time. So you always have to make sure that if I want this to be secure, I have to be on top. Like, it's a little bit like, what the cops do. The cops try to understand what the bad people are doing all the time, because if they just sit and wait for them, they are behind the curve. So you have to always be like, okay, this new penetration tool or this new quantum computing thing just gotta become a thing that now make X, Y, and Z unsecure. So now we have to deal with that. Or this new pew-pew system get invented that can pew-pew through walls or something like that. Now we have to deal with that, and how do we mitigate that, and blah, 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 blah. Never sit and think I'm said and done. I have a lock on my door. That's it. And again, will this ever happen for you? Maybe or maybe not. But we are talking about why. Again, this is the reason why I think a lot of people are surprised about a lot of the security problems, because people, again, a lot of people in security, in the Linux sphere, users and specifically Linux YouTubers have talked about how secure Linux is. How much more secure it is than Microsoft Windows and Mac OS. And then now these massive exploits comes out and they're like, what? Or they barely talk about them. Which is a funny thing. They love herping on Windows every time there's a problem. But when Linux have a problem, they do nothing. And that is because they think, well, I've hardened the kernel one time, that should be enough. Or I've done this thing one time, that should be enough. Or I'm using a X system, that should be enough. No. The Microsoft Edge, if that's, it's not much more worse than Chrome. So if you have a problem with Edge, you have a problem with Chrome. Let me put it that way. And this is the big one. FOSS don't make it more secure. This is the big one. This is what most Linux users, FOSS developers, and FOSS advocates think. FOSS, you can see the source code, everyone can review it, therefore it's more secure, less bugs, and blah, blah, blah. We are now seeing that not to be the case. This is what is happening right now, is proof that FOSS don't make it more secure, don't make it more stable, don't make it blah, 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 blah. Chrome, you can take that away with that AI. Again, it's false information, it's outdated information. That 4 GB AI model was 2 years ago, and you can disabling it, and I think it now is disabled by standard. Just leave it be. Just leave it be. FOSS as a philosophy, or it's like saying agile or waterfall makes your software more stable, more secure, and less bug-free. And if you don't know what that means, that also should tell you that if it's FOSS or not FOSS should not matter to you. Because the people that understand what Agile, Scrum, and Waterfall is, those are the ones that will have the benefit or not benefits of doing FOSS software. If you don't know what these terms is and what they mean and what they involves, to you it don't matter what license it is. Make sense? There's also Viber and continuous dev and stuff like that. If you don't know any of those terms, you can't be part of the FOSS debate. You don't know enough about it. Because FOSS is nothing more than a development method, philosophy, approach. And it has turned out to not be more or less beneficial than any other. All it does is just, do I want other people to be educated through my work? Do I want other people to be able to use my work freely willy for whatever they want? That's the only difference. That's the only difference. FOSS gives people the opportunity to learn better, easier. FOSS gives people the abilities to take others' work so they don't have to reinvent the wheel and build on top of it. Or better it, or take dead projects and revive them again. And if that's something that you as a development team or company feel is important to you, well, FOSS may be a way to go. But that's to the extent it goes. Proprietary software can be free. Proprietary software get audited. Proprietary software get source code reviews. Proprietary software get people looking to see if it's secure and unsecure. Proprietary software get tested just as much as than FOSS software. It just depends on the developers. How much time do they put aside to do it? To some extent, there is a debate to say that proprietary software could potentially be more bug-free and secure, because most proprietary software developers or companies will have dedicated bug fixing and security testing teams, where a lot of FOSS developers or hobbyists don't have time or money for doing that, or they are small groups that just rely on the community to do it for them, that then may or may not do it. And then there's FOSS projects that do pay people to bug fix, audit, edit, test their code. But the reason why you see a lot of people getting surprised about Linux and moo cry cry, big tears, baby boo boo, is because they have lived in this fantasy world for close to 30 years, well, over 30 years now. And mind you, this is a user problem, not a dev problem. Because FOSS developers that actually know what they are doing, they know already what I'm talking about. The user base don't. The everyday Linux user, Windows user, Mac user, they don't understand this. Because they don't deal with this. They just boot up their computer, open up their software, go on to Pornhub, jank one off while they're playing World of Warcraft, Valiant, whatever they're doing. They don't understand that there's politics behind the software they're using. When I mean politics, I mean philosophies about how to deliver that software. There's different approaches, methods, philosophies on how to go from idea to what you see on your screen. That's only the development world that understand that, or someone that has been dabbling in it. So it's easy for the user base to sit here and think, oh, this is perfect. I never had a problem with it. I never had a bug. It's because it's FOSS and stuff like no. FOSS has no impact on these things up here. These don't get better or worse by being FOSS or non-FOSS. You should still think this way. FOSS is just I believe in doing software this way mentality. That's it. That's it. That's all FOSS is. I used to... Look, I used to be such a big fucking Linux idiot. I used to go into computer stores when they were still a thing. And I would go up to a Windows laptop or computer and fuck around with it. Till the salesperson would come and say, what the fuck are you doing? You were fucking up our settings or something like that. And I would be like, well, had you used Linux, this will never happen because it has proper user management and blah, 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 blah. And then I will go in and yell and scream about them for like half an hour about FOSS and stuff like that. All the jobs I had, or not all, but most of the jobs I had, I would go into the IT department and yell and scream because the company was not using Linux. They are ruining the world. FOSS is the best thing ever. They are so insecure because they're using proprietary software and Windows. What a big fool I must have looked to all these people. And why did I do that? Because I did not know what the fuck I was talking about. That was before I knew and understood a lot of things about development. Or some things. I knew nothing. I couldn't even write a Hello World application. So I listened to all these massive Linux YouTubers and people with a lot of following on social media and all that stuff. And like, well, they must know what the fuck they're talking about because a lot of people are listening to them. But it turns out they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They just have a lot of followers because they're entertaining. And they're telling people what they want to hear instead of what they need to hear. You know. Oh yeah, they they feel good badge for using Linux. Is yeah, I get it. Yeah, I used to be like that also. You know, and again, I've talked about this many times on my channel, but if you dive into it on a psychological level, it's because a lot of those people have never really found a place in life, society, where they really fit in, but they found that with Linux. So they are super overprotecting about that. You know, they don't want this to go away. So they overprotect it, they compensate and stuff like that. Which is understandable, you know. Oh yeah, they care about what they want, and yeah, but it's the same one that gatekeep Linux nowadays. I said, oh, it should not be as user friendly, but they still. So they are like, Linux should not be like Windows, but we want all the benefit of a system that is like Windows. So they don't want it to be more user friendly. They don't want to have more users, but they want all the benefits that come with that, which means faster development, more money in the ecosystem, which means better hardware support and specific hardware and software made only for Linux or run better on Linux. But you only get that with a bigger user base and easier development and easier use and all that shit. So they want the benefits, but they don't want what comes with it. You know. You only want the benefits, but not the friendship. If you get what I'm saying, you know, like. But I've been, and I'm not the only one, by the way, but I can only talk from what I'm doing in my life. I've always, when I talk with Linux users, Windows users, whoever the fuck it is, I've always, or not always, but half of my Linux life, I've always been an advocate that we need to do more for Linux because we are really vulnerable. In the fact that we are thinking the code is perfect. We are thinking that there are no major risks and bugs and efforts, and we can't be hacked because it's FOSS and all of this fucking shit. And it's already massively more secure, so we don't need to do much to it and stuff like that. And we have been sitting for decades in this false sense of security, and now it's coming to bite us in the ass. Like, oh, I don't need to get in shape. I don't need to learn how to fight or whatever, and then a war breaks out in your neighborhood, and you're like 10,000 fucking kilograms overweight, and you cannot move. Because you thought it would never happen to you. It will never happen to Linux. Blah, blah, blah. Security by obscurity, and all of these terms. But like, again, this is one of the reasons why I started this channel. Is like we need to be more proactive. We can't be living on luck, which we have been doing up till now. Which is let's face it, it's a long ass fucking time we have lived on luck. But now we're seeing, like I said, almost weekly, there's a FOSS/Linux issue. And that's what you get for not being proactive. That's what you get for thinking your code is perfect. There's no real bugs, and if there is, the community will find it really fast, and blah, 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 all that shit. Then you can't put backdoors in, you can't be hacked, because all of these vulnerabilities will be found by the community in FOSS software. Again, I will say this again, I've said this for years, this is just the beginning. This is not even close to be the tip of the iceberg. All of these massive bad Windows exploits and bugs we've seen over the years, they're starting to get found in Linux. Heck, they would not surprise me that there's a problem with Linux that can't be fixed until some part of the kernel get rewritten or something like that. Because it happened for any other fucking software, where there's like a fundamental design problem. Look at, this Meltdown and Spectre stuff that with the chipset, where they have to redesign both the software and the chips to some degree. And those exploits has apparently been there since like the 80s or something like that, or at least the 90s in the CPU space. All of this is coming to Linux. And yes, because it's FOSS, more people can see the source code. That means that it's easier to find, it's easier to exploit. When you hear of security exploits that's been there for 10 years, 5 years, a year, that's a year, 5 years, 10 years. 100 people, 1,000 people could have known of that exploit and utilized it without anyone's knowledge. Just because it's fixed now don't mean that it hadn't been exploited in the past. We just never knew about it. And again, this goes for Windows, Linux, Mac, whatever it is. We don't know how many people that take advantages of the broad majority of users, or not users, developers not knowing about exploits in software. But they knew about it. Heck, there are cases where the US government have been utilizing exploits in software for decades without telling anyone. And the same with Russia and China. And it's only when it gets publicly announced that they found this exploit that then turns out they have been using it for years. And again, if Linux users was just more fucking realistic with their software, well, you get what you pay for. That, yeah, that's true. But again, proprietary software is not more secure. I would say proprietary software, not in all cases, but in most cases, prepare for this better than some or a lot of FOSS software do. But typically, a lot of proprietary software is also made with more experienced developers. Because you actually get paid developers most of the time, and you get, that means you can pick your pick of the ladder that you want. Where a lot of FOSS programs are either hobby, with nothing wrong with that, or it's small teams that just take what they can get. Again, nothing wrong with that. and they just don't have the money, the time to do what they should be doing. But then be honest about it. Don't sit and pretend that we don't have the resources, but somehow we're still better. Not always how it works out. And that's what we see now. That's what we see now, is that Linux just turns out to be just as fucking bad than Windows and Mac OS. Who would have thought that? And other FOSS software turns out to be as bad as proprietary software when it comes to box security and stuff. Like, who would have thought that? Well, anyone that knows about development would have thought about that. You know. They still are elitists. Yeah, I would say it has not changed much, honestly. Because you still have to remember, while Windows market share goes down, Linux stands still, mobile and tablets goes up. So the Windows users are not moving to Linux. They are moving to tablets and mobiles. And that's the paradigm shift that we slowly start to see, is that people are more, let me put it another way, desktopping, if that's a term. We just invented a term, boys. But, like desktop computers, laptops that are docked into multiple massive screens and stuff like that is becoming a niche. It's either for nerds, and people that have a work-related purpose to do it, because most people nowadays, they want portability. At most, they want a laptop. That's why laptops has oversold desktops for many, many years now. When we're talking traditional computing. More and more people are happy enough with a tablet and a phone. That's all they need. That like if you're a smart person, and this has been like this like for 10 years probably now, the best strategy to build a long-lasting company in software, which we probably going to talk about with software company, starting a software company later on, is mobile tablet focused. Because that is the majority of people are going to be there. Even people that use desktops and laptops, even as a hobby, are using mobile software. Probably more than they're using their desktop computers and their laptop. That don't mean that there's no money to be made in desktopping, and it's dead. No, it's a slow death. It's like so death of the PC is not like, it's going to be like this. And this is over probably 2 decades or something, a decade more, 2 decades more. Most of us will either be really, really old or dead before this happens, where everything is a mobile run via mobile phone or tablet. Well, Google kind of still already own the market. Like, I think Android has already outsold iOS for many years now. So yeah. But and I get a lot of flack for this, but the desktop computer, like go into a fun thing here is like go into an office. In the 90s, you'll see primarily like big, massive desktops, like big physical boxes. You will still do that in the not. But then it slowly become... did you respond to it on Discord? I will look into it in a bit, Scooby. Then it slowly becomes laptops. And nowadays, almost most offices are laptop docked. You know, you take your laptop, you put it in a dock that then extends its capabilities. So think about the future where your laptop is now a mobile phone. Or a tablet. That's the future we're going towards. Where you take your tablet and you dock that in to extend it with monitors and all of that fucking shit. That's the future, hey George, that we're going towards. And you see the trend, laptops have 99% replaced desktops in the corporate world, besides in the server room. Because they're servers, you know, but developers, accountants, CEOs, everyone fucking use a laptop. The only one that really still are using desktops are people with a really unique workflow. It could be rendering, 3D, blah, 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 blah. So the x86 architecture is not more powerful than ARM. That's not true, no. So Apple's M series is battling it out with Intel's on single-core performances. It's even out-competing a lot of their current gen on multi-core performances. ARM has always been super powerful. For the longest time, I'm not joking here, there's videos on YouTube about this. It would be fair, a lot of, actually some YouTubers did this, they rendered their fucking videos on their mobile phone because it was faster than on their laptop, or their desktop. And you also have to remember, a lot of the things nowadays that are super compute intensive is run on the GPU instead of the CPU. That's why Nvidia is a $1 trillion company. AI, GPU. Graphic illustration, GPU. Calculations, all the big protein folding, all of that fucking shit, GPU. There is, and that's the only thing, that's like I said, where laptops is not in place, unless they're running Apple, is where they need a graphic card. But we have external graphic cards. But most intensive compute tasks nowadays has been offloaded to the CPU because it's just better at it. The GPU is a better compute device than x86 and even ARM in a lot of instances. Yeah, x86 has a lot of legacy, that's true, yeah. That's true. Like when the M1 came out, it was massively better than 90% of desktop CPUs, both in laptops and PCs. You had to buy like a i9 or R9 Plus that was meant for professionals and servers and stuff like that, and not really meant for the consumer market. But if you looked at the consumer market specific CPUs, the M series outcompeted both AMD and Intel. Now AMD and Intel is getting sometimes better on battery life than the M series are now, depending on what family of chipsets you're going with. They get more battery life. Plus Windows have gotten more optimized and all of these things. Well, the problem with x86 on mobile is the power required, like the physical wattage it takes to run it because of all this latency and all that fucking shit. And it's slower for most things. But yeah, like had x86. Well, ARM is really just a continuation of x86. It's x86 without all the problems. So it is what it is. Which is a really good example to go in to talk about the Neo. Oh, let me clean this bullshit up. Because I had someone last stream making a lot of weird claims about the Neo. That it's not cheap and blah, 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 blah. I really like doing this. I don't like... My autistic brain is just like, oh, yeah, daddy. Spank it, delete it. Oh, I forgot to download a picture of the MacBook Neo. How did I learn about CPU architecture? So, a little bit of a interesting story. When I was about 15, 16 years old, I was really horny. Like, massively horny. But there were no really good porn sites back then. We used 56k modems to download semi-naked pictures of ladies on the internet, so I had to find something to use my, energy on. So when I already have installed Linux for the 8th time, I started to look into, because also had a computer repair shop at that time, funny enough. And being horny and have a lot of energy, I needed to know more about CPUs because I had people asking about it for years when I was repairing their computers. So with the limited internet I had, I started to just read fucking manuals, white papers. When YouTube came about, I started to then watch that and do that to this day. It's not that difficult. It's really not that difficult. To some extent, hardware is actually more exciting than software. Because there's something physical about it. And because of the physical limitations, you sometimes have to be smarter with what you do. Yeah, Dino, that's right with the... like I said, it's basically just x86 without the legacy when you're rough about it. But no, I would just have people come up and ask about hardware, and I was like, I don't know, I need to figure it out, and I figured it out. You know. So it's just reading up about it, asking people that know more than I do. It's that simple, and I've done more hardware in my life than I've done software. I always dabbled in software, but I never really applied myself to software as I've done the last 4 years, I would say. I started to really apply myself to software. I would say about Corona, so 6 years. Where I was like, I need to really understand to some degree the software and well, retaining it is use it or you lose it. If there's a subject, this is what I used to do when I started this channel, is like, if there was a subject that I felt like, I can't remember much about this subject, I will make a video about it. Because then it forced me into relearning it or remembering it. and I will make a how-to video about it. So let's say I was like, how the fuck do you set up a user in the command line Linux? I've not done this in like 5 years or something like that. I'll make a video about it. Because then I had to refresh my, So if there's something that I feel like I want to retain this, but I feel like it's slipping, I just research it again, I find an excuse to make a content about it. So let's draw a simple bad MacBook Neo here. Whoop. I know the proportions is not right, but forgive me. Because I see a lot of people, they say, I can go down to Walmart and get a cheaper computer, and it's not really that disturbing to the industry and blah, 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 blah. The problem here is that I can get a Mercedes, or I can go to Soviet Russia and buy a good old Lada for $100. And I can say, why the fuck would I buy a Mercedes when I can buy a Lada? They're both cars. They're 4 wheels, seats, and engine. And they drive. So, what a lot of, again, this comes a lot from the Linux user community. Why would I pay like $500 for a MacBook when I can get like a $200 laptop? Well, I'm going to explain that. Hey, figures. Oh, thank you. I will try and upload more, by the way. I do like these live streams better at the moment. And I'm also doing, when I'm done, if I feel like this live stream here, I probably will download. And then I will take each segment we talk about, so the Linux security problem, the MacBook Neo and stuff like that. I will clip them out and then make them into their own videos. But I do feel people also seem to like live streaming more, because it's more interactive. But like I said, I'm trying to work out now that I'm unemployed to like cannibalize this live streaming into making it into content, so I don't have to make it twice and stuff like that. And I'm also spending, so the weather overlay you see here is a custom-made overlay that I made. I'm also working on making overlays, and I want to splice it up in more animation and all in-house build and stuff like that, you guys and girls can get access to if you want to later on when I'm satisfied with it. And I am working on a repo on GitHub for all my PowerShell. Not Power. Is it PowerShell? PowerScript? PowerShell scripts will be in a repo on GitHub that when I have them all collected and dusted off, I will make public so you guys can go on and see what PowerShells I used to use at my old job and what I still use for general computer admin, maintenance, and so on and so on. Yeah, good for every price, schools, hospitals, yeah. So again, back to the ladder versus the... I've done a lot of behind-the-scenes work the last 6 months, or at least the last month, so all the uploading I would want to do, I've not done much. I think I will live stream every week at this time, Wednesday. And then I will upload I will try to upload 1 to 2 videos a week, if not more. But again, back to the ladder versus a Mercedes or a Ford Cavalier, what they were called in the 90s, versus a F50 from today or something like that. You cannot compare a ladder to a Mercedes. Or a Ford from 1983 to a Ford today. Or Ford from 1960 to a Ford today, which a lot of people do. Because it's a computer, therefore they can do the same. It's a car, so therefore they are the same. So if you want to compare them, you have to look at a lot of factors. So you have to look at the build quality. Oh, that's really fucking bad. What the fuck? Did I just have like an aneurysm while I was doing that? The screen quality. The keyboard quality. The battery. I could go on and on and on. Mr. Who's the Boss actually made a really good video. He found... I will link that in Discord. Please help me remember this. He took a Neo and bought the most popular Windows laptop for the same price, and he bought a MacBook, almost maxed out MacBook Pro, and the most popular Windows laptop for the same price. And then he had specific categories. One of them was a drop test for 2 meters or something like that, or 1.5 meter. But remember me before I go to give you guys the link to... Well, you know what? I can find it while we are talking here. That's how you should do it. That's how you compare. You don't say, oh, I can get a Neo for $500. Well, I can also go on eBay and buy a $30 laptop and throw Linux on it. That don't mean I get the same build quality, screen quality, keyboard, battery life, CPU power, RAM power, and etc, etc, etc. Just give me 1 second and I'll find this video and will link it to you guys. Oh, GitHub got hacked 2 hours ago. There's so much. Low Level is a really good YouTube channel about that. By the way. Is this the one? Yeah. Here you get like a really, really, really good comparison between the MacBook Neo and Apple in general versus other laptops. How you should do it. Yeah, I get your AI's bullshit and stuff. I had a massive rant in the beginning of the stream about that, you know. GitHub is still great, still use it. Again, like I talked about the Linux security thing, or security problem. Every software will have issues. Every software will, at one point, potentially get hacked. Just know that and use it accordingly. Don't expect when you use a piece of software that you can never get hacked. It's the most secure thing ever. It's the most perfect thing ever. Don't expect that. If you just is like, it's just a matter of time before something stupid handled, you know. Yeah, the Neo went quite well with the drop test, yeah. But again, you have to, like, you can't just say, well, I just bought like $100,000 car. You fucking fool. I bought a car in the junkyard for $30. It may not be street legal, but I can still drive in it. That's this, like... I'm so fed up with this mentality that, like, a laptop is a laptop. No. You don't compare, like, jeans from Walmart with jeans you buy in a name brand store. You don't compare shoes you buy from Nike, limited edition on the store with like the slippers you buy in what is like, what is it called, $1 and below or something like that, you know. But for some reason, nerds, as smart as they are, hey Lamer, as smart as nerds are, they see a laptop And because it's an Apple laptop and they don't like Apple, they're comparing it to the most low-end specs, mostly cheapest laptop they can find on the internet and say, haha, look, I get 16 gig. Yeah, but your laptop is like a fucking second gen from 2013 with 16 gig of RAM. It can't even have an SSD in it. The screen looks like someone just masturbated on and took it away with a wet napkin. The keyboard is so worn out and so fucking broken you can't use it anymore. But yes, congratulations. You got a more storage and more RAM from a $30 laptop that you can't use anymore. And nerds don't... they don't know how to comparison. The same like, why would you use Windows? Well, I need this software, but you have FreeCAD and you have GIMP. Like, yeah, but GIMP and FreeCAD and KDE Live can't do what I need it to do, so that's why I need Windows. You know, everything is Windows 10. I do like. I would say I actually like Windows 11 quite a lot. You know, like quite a lot. So how's your Casio watch holding up? I'm using one of mine right now. I bought it with a negative display and it's a little bit hard to fucking read in low light. So I may buy another one, but it was like super cheap. But yeah, it's just like I have people come in here when I talk about like the same when I bought my MacBook Air, they were like, "Why did you buy it? It's like 8 gig of RAM and 240 something space." I'm like, well, I don't need more because it's just my consuming device, and I can't find a laptop for the price I got this for used with the same battery life. It's that simple. For me, the battery life was more important, and it has a fucking banger screen. It's a MacBook M1. The screen is amazing. The speakers is amazing. And the battery life is amazing. What do you need for like a consuming... You want to be off-the-wall computer. You want a good screen. You want good speakers. And you want good battery life. You don't get that on any Windows laptop for the price of a MacBook Air M1. You definitely don't get the battery life. If you get a good screen, you get crappy speakers. If you get crappy speakers, you get crappy screen for the same price. I don't think I found any laptop for the same price on Windows, new or used, that gave me those three things at the same time. And the most one would be the battery life. You could probably find one with like I can live with this screen and it has okay speakers, but the battery life is like, instead of 8 to 9 hours, I get like only 4, you know. So just because it's a laptop, you cannot just compare laptop to a laptop. Well, the thing with Apple, and this is when a brand gets this. Lenovo kind of have the same problem. That a lot of people buy them because of the brand. They become a lifestyle company. So a lot of Windows fanatics, or Windows nerds, or what you will call them, they love Lenovo. You can get Dells that are cheaper, better specs, and with the same build quality, but it's not a Lenovo. You can get HP for the same. That's better built, or as good built, with better screens and stuff like that, but it's not a Lenovo. It's about the prestige that comes with it. And then you see all these shorts, there's a lot of them right now, but like, what the company tells you when depending on what laptops they're giving you. So if they're giving you an Apple, they're saying one thing. If they're giving you a Lenovo, they're saying one thing. If they're giving you a Dell, HP, or something else, they're telling you something else. You know. Also, DDR2, DDR3, DDR5, DDR6. For most people, don't matter. It's how much there is of that RAM. The speed of it is almost, I will not say useless, but it don't matter that much for the average consumer. MSI has a lot of issues on the laptop side. So Acer, MSI, and I think it's Gigabyte, they make crappy laptops, build quality wise. They have a lot of problem with their hinges over time. Yeah, I'm slowly building up. So I'm making my own overlays. So the weather temperature is a app that I made. I have a clock I forgot to put on. So this is like how the weather is in Copenhagen. And I gave it this little Linux thing with like home / so you're in the home weather folder, and it gives you, the information. But if anything else you want to see on an overlay, let me know in Discord, and I will make it. Because I want to make more overlay. And also, I'm working on a lot of YouTube streamer programs and stuff like that. So, yeah. Like, MSI is not bad. I just know that there's a lot of laptop reviewers that the last few years have bits about Acer, MSI, and Gigabyte. Sometimes Asus if it's on the low end of Asus. Yeah, like I said, those shorts are just people making fun, you know. But I know here in Denmark, for example, Lenovo is everywhere. Lenovo, Dell, and HP is everywhere. And especially if you go from the 3-letter words, people, they all want Lenovos. Because of they look nice. They say they are anonymous in a meeting and in the office and while I'm traveling. And they really like the X1 series or the T series. So T14 or T14S or X1, Yeah, I almost bought an M1 MacBook Pro not long ago. Yeah, so Lenovo, again, MSI, Gigabyte. What did I say? Acer, MSI, and Gigabyte, they like, when they become like a few years old, the hinges, depending on how much you use the hinges, they start to crap out on them. It's funny that they're using Dell for thin clients. I like Crucial. Crucial, I used to use only their SSDs. But apparently they don't make consumer products anymore. But yeah, I used to buy a lot of Crucial, both RAM and SSDs. Dell, I do. So I work with Dell thin clients, Lenovo, and HP, and I will say Dell's and HP's are the best. No, sorry, Dell and Lenovo's thin clients are the best. I always have problems with HP's thin clients. They have like really good spec, and then we're using this like sound card that don't have a driver anymore unless you download it from our website that's not been updated in 5 years or something like that. There's always like one or two things with Dell's things that is like, this is up to date in the news, and there's one component that's so outdated that they must have like a reserve fucking stock laying around that they plugged in. Yeah, Lenovo and Apple fanboys are quite going mental, yeah. I will say the nipple is quite useful when you get used to it. But most people don't use, like, most people that use laptops for heavy work, so coding, administrative, creative work, they put it on a dock and plug in a keyboard and mouse anyway. You know? But the nipple is quite decent. For like small or little. Because it's more... You do less false clicks with it. Like, I really hate trackpads on Windows laptops. Like, I have a Lenovo T14E that I use for development. It's amazing. 12-core CPU, 32 gig of RAM, over a terabyte of storage. Run for like 5 to 7 hours. I would say 5 to 6 hours on a battery when developing. It's a little bit chunky and heavy, but all metal case, or aluminum case, or aluminum case. But when I go over to my MacBook M1 from like, at least I bought this one like a year ago. The warranty just went out a year ago. But when I go over to my 6-year-old M1 MacBook Air and I use that trackpad, I'm having a fucking orgasm in my pants, man. I'm like, where have you been? My mistress, I need you. I will say that a lot of people, maybe you can tell me about this, Scooby. They say that the Microsoft Surface's trackpad is the next big thing. Like, they're the only one that's almost as good as the MacBooks. But I never touched one of those. So I can't tell you. But everyone I hear that have used a Surface laptop, they say that besides Apple trackpad, the Surface trackpads are the best ones. I think you already answered that. The Surface keyboards has had a decent trackpad. No, I just maybe it's the new one, but I always heard that the trackpad on the Surface is built in is really, really good, and also the keyboards. But then again, Microsoft tried to build a MacBook clone. I do like the Yogas. I do like them quite a lot. So, my next laptop is either going to be a MacBook or Lenovo, like a Yoga. So, should we go into nerding out about company? Where's my mouse? There you go. Because I have some questions. How do I do that? Oh! So I draw and wait and it becomes a line? God damn it, I'm a genius. That was sarcastic, by the way. God damn it. Yeah, I do like. I've had Chinese knockoff tablets, and I've tried iPads, and Samsungs are the best. If you go Android. So, anyone out there in the development world that are developers and not living in a place that's not EU and the US, because sadly I can't use the information I'm looking for on, because it's heavily depending on where you live. How do I find a rich guy, girl, whatever it is, that can pay for 2 years of development, for starting a development company, investing 2 years of money into development company? Whose cock do I need to suck to find an investor that can put in? So I'm looking for 3 to 4 devs and cheap office space. And this is like semi-seriously, but also just a little bit of fun, so don't take it too seriously. But it's something I've been, like, how would you go about finding someone to invest money into that? Bill Gates? But he only liked Russians, chess players or something like that. You know. What was that girl that he got an STD from? Was he not a chess player, or he was something? So, yeah, something. I will give him a hand job if he will sponsor a development. It should be more than 2 years. Okay, I will give Bill Gates a hand job if he will do it for 5 years. So, BGH. But it should be for 5 years then. I will give Bill Gates a hand job for one hand job. If you put money not enough in for 3 to 4 developers in a cheap office for 5 years. I can always wash my hands and look away, you know. I can just pretend to be like a 19-year-old chess player or something like that. And he'll be like, yeah. And it will be pocket money. It will be like, you'll be using this kind of money on a fucking dinner date anyway, so I'll probably just have to be like make 2 Microsoft advertisement videos or something like that. Governmental contract, yeah, but it's like in Denmark, it's super fucking difficult to do this shit. So, hey, because here's another thing. The software I want to make is either business related or it has to be streamer related. When I mean streamer related, so I would love to, because more and more content creators, YouTubers, whatever, TikTokers, streamers, whatever the fuck it is, they are starting to do more and more. They're paying more and more freelance developers to do overlays, mobile app to manage their streaming IRL or non-IRL, and I would love to have like a software house where if you're a content creator, you could come to get that software. So, you know, like if you want to live stream, you're thinking like OBS and Streamlabs. But what if you need like let's say, an overlay suite that's customized, like to you and not just, oh, you can change the icon. Like I said, like this weather app here. No, like let's say like, this is because if you want to have custom-made software for your stream, meaning it's in your theme, it follows your content creation style and all that shit, it costs a shit ton of money. But what if they could go to one place and get all that made? Like, I am an up-and-coming streamer or content creator. I need thumbnails, overlays, software that integrate all of these platforms that I own, so I'm only uploading once, that tags them correctly and stuff like that. Or if I'm a live streamer, multi-streamer, I have like both YouTube dashboard, Kick dashboard, and all these dashboard in one software, and I can administrate all of these streams from one software. Because now you use Slops or OBS to dual stream, and then you may have you have like different chats open, you have different control panels open depending on where you stream to. Or if you are an RL streamer, you go to this company and you say like, we need custom-made X, Y, and Z. Custom-made mobile app to help with managing the stream on the go. Custom overlays and stuff like that. And do it for not too expensive. Because Slops or Streamlabs, they have some of this available, but you have to pay a lot of money to get it. OBS don't have anything but that. Any other companies that allow you to do it on the cheap-ish, you only customize the font size and the logo, and that's it. I hope this makes sense. That's why you see a lot of streamers stream look the same. Because they're all using the same, like 3 or 4 or 5 providers that use templates that you then just modify the template. What if we could get away from that? Well, if you want to total control over it, you host it yourself. If it's a mobile software, well, it's hosted on the mobile. The Streamlabs and OBS is hosted locally also, and that's the management software is going to be hosted locally also. Like, you don't really need much infrastructure. And the amount you need, like overlays, don't take a lot of space. Dashboards don't. You have to think for overlays and dashboards, it's just JavaScripting and HTML. It's not like OBS and Streamlabs, most of it is, again, just web-based. The only reason why they're so big is because they are Electron-based. Not OBS, but Slops. And a lot of the other streaming software that you see, they're all Electron-based because it's all done in the web. That's why you see so many, or not many, that there are few that started to made it so you just log into a website and you stream via that website. But that's not what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about having like a... think about you have your own development team behind you. Like a little bit like that. Then instead of going on to Fiverr and hire a developer for one day, or you find a mod at a developer and utilize them, you go to this software company and say, like, I need this, and this, and then if they want it host in the cloud, that can be done. It's not that expensive. If they want it locally, which most people do, they get free control, but then they have professional developers doing it for them. And it becomes, I'll not say accessible, but achievable. Like, you don't have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars, but maybe only a few $100 to get it done. Like this weather app, it updates every hour and it's super cool and stuff like that. It took me 10 minutes to make. You know. And it's just a HTML site with JavaScripting running. I have it on running in a folder, but it could just as easily be hosted on a webs where you just put in the web where you just put in the URL and then you get this, you know. The other thing I'm thinking about or messing with is business logic. E-commerce in specific, because that's what I work mostly with. And I know developers that are really good at that. But I just hear so many streamers that, or content creators that, when you need software be done, it's almost always they either go to Fiverr, or they have a mod that's like somewhat of a, hobbyist developer, or they are developers, but they do it in the free time for the content creator because they like them and stuff like that. But what if that mod gets angry and walk away, which has happened before? Or what if this live streamer do something that said viewer don't like anymore and they don't want to support them anymore? So as a streamer and content creator, you don't have any protection against that. Because it's either done because they like them, or as a gift to the stream, or they are mod, and they, you get what I'm coming at here. So they're not really that protected. Or it's, again, done on Fiverr, and it's you do your thing, and then they want to walk away, and they never talk again. Kind of scenario. There's no real place where you, as a content creator, can say, like, I need, basically a software house that I can either use as a one-time commitment, or they can make something for me and guarantee support for it also. Even if they are not, associated with the streamer and relying on that link. Because I've seen streamers where they get a viewer to do something for them, and the viewer get pissed off or something like that, and then there's a bug with it and it don't really work that well, and I can't fix it because the viewer's not here anymore, or they start to demand a shit ton of money and stuff like that. What if you could take that friction away? You get what I'm coming at? I think there will be a market for that. Because a lot of the streamers that do that have all these fancy layouts and whatnot, it's almost always a mod or something like that do that for them. They of course pay them, but it's not like they have like a contract with them, if you get what I'm saying. Or a service agreement. Or support agreement, or what you will call it. And also, I have like 2 developers I want to save. Well, 3 I'm not a developer, but I need to find other jobs for 2 other people than myself. But I don't know how, like, promotable this is, because I don't think people, like, you have to remember, streamers or content creators are not super technical most of the time. They're just really good entertainers. And you have to tell them that, you pay this much for Streamlabs to do this, and this service to do this. What if you had all of this in one house? You only dealt with one person. Or one company. And you should be never afraid of, what if they get angry? What if they don't want to watch my content anymore? What if they don't want to be a viewer mod anymore? You never have to think about that. Or like if you go the Fiverr route, it's a one-time deal and then they off, and then you pay someone else and blah 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 blah, and you have like 5 different fucking type of software. I don't know, it's I think there's a market for that. I think there's a big market for it, and there could probably also exist quite a lot of companies there. Like, there are companies right now that do, where the fuck is it? There it is. That do, so they do IOL bags, and I'm not joking. They cost about $2,000+. And it comes with all you need to do IRL live streaming. Here's the thing. I can tell you how to do that for under $500. I will almost guarantee reliability as much and that. And some of them are using camera systems that you can't even buy anymore. But they're using these like they're using a lot of these like super expensive production, like movie production modems and stuff like that, and you don't need that. At least not in EU and the US. If you live in the EU or US, you just need a mobile phone with a mobile data and you're set. Well, the most expensive there is going to be the data, like the data plan. But I could build like an IOL bag that works in Denmark with unlimited data for under $500, and it will be as good as, if not better than, that $2,000 plus bag. It may require a little bit of setup on your own, and it's not as convenient because this the $500 is if you're using a Raspberry Pi. Which also mean that you can have like a really, really simple little like 7-inch screen and keyboard and mouse in your bag. So you don't have to remote into your desktop or have a custom app that you can, remote manage your stream. And it also means you don't have to pay someone else to manage your stream, because a lot of the IRL streamers, they stream to a website that basically gives you OBS in the web, in the cloud. And it's not inexpensive. It's a little bit expensive. But if you basically have a little mini computer in your bag, a basic thing about a Mac Mini, but you don't need the power of a Mac Mini in your bag that weighs nothing, you use your phone or a phone as a modem, or two. You can do that for under $500. That means you need less. There's less connections. There's less point of failure, and you basically have everything in your bag. That's also something that I was thinking about doing, and then make the software around it and stuff like that. Because I think the Raspberry Pi 5, is that the new one? They say it's powerful enough to run OBS and do like a 4K live stream. But again, I don't know how true that is. I think it's like 4K 30, I think you can do with it. And it only sips power. It's like, it's an ARM processor, so it's super, super power efficient. But I think for now, I'm just going to make a shit ton of software. And put it out there. And talk to some people. It's going good, Robin. Or Roby. Rebo, I can't fucking see. I was thinking about Robocops. I'm talking about starting a software company, but who you need to jerk off to do that? Yeah, I'm also going to do more. Like I said, right now I've just done that little weather app, but I'm going to do more overlays. So the queen bits you see, I want that to be animated. I need to figure out how to do that in TypeScript. And see how many resources it takes and stuff like that. So it... I want to go for the old, like, terminal feel. So after the dollar sign in weather, I want like a blinking cursor also. Or after the S in wind speed. As long as you're making proprietary. Well, there will be no business if I didn't do it that way, but some of it will, of course, be open. I was thinking about doing it a little bit like the Streamlabs way, where basic stuff is free, but you pay for the advanced shit. If that makes sense. But again, also go into my Discord channel if there's anything overlay-wise you would love to see, and I can try and build it. Because right now I'm using Streamlabs notifications. I would love to make my own AI notification. Not AI, API for notifications. On YouTube, Twitch, and whatnot. So I am in control of it, and you can do more with it, which should not be bad. Another thing I want to do, I want to make an overlay. So the MIT license is basically a non-license. The MIT license, so the MIT, let me put it this way. The MIT license is super freedom. Total freedom. GPL. And the GPL is source code always open. MIT, you can do whatever the fuck you want. I am just not reliable for anything you do. Or the author is not reliable. So you can take the code, you can copy it, make software, and make a company out of it. You can take the code, make it proprietary. You can do whatever you can think of you can do with that, you can do. The only thing it says is that if you blew up your house, your girlfriend get angry at you and she run away with her big dick lover, that's not my fault or the developer's fault. GPL has the same, plus if you use a GPL software, it has to be a GPL compatible license that you're using, or GPL. So you can't change license. Because they forces you to always have code availability. Because the GPL's purpose is to always have the code available for you to look at, modify, and redistribute. That's the goal of the GPL. Look at, modify, and redistribute. And for you to do that, you have to follow a GPL compatible license or use a GPL license. You can take MIT code and you can make a proprietary. Copy paste it in. You don't have to do anything. Just plop it in. Another license that I like really, really better is the BSD. Is it called clause? Let's just call it too simple. So it's the same as up here. Plus credit. Oh, that's Danish. So that means that you can do whatever you can do in MIT, but you have to credit the original author. So that means that you can take the code, copy it into your code, but you have to say part of this code is done by developer. or some code is from this developer. That's the one I like the best. And this is probably the one I'm going to use from now on. So let's say you want to take something I have done, and it's under BSD2 that looks like a mouth. All you have to do is, in your license, put in a line that says some code from, and then me, or some code by, or build on code from, and then me again, and then maybe a link to the original code. That's kind of where it is. But the GPL is like, it's actually, there's a lot of restrictions with the GPL. You can't just copy it and use it without following what they want you to do. And if you modify it, you have to give it back, or at least give the modifications back so they can use it or not use it if they want. But if I do like a print hello world in MIT or BSD, you can do whatever the fuck you want. I can't come 5 years later when you're making billions of dollars and say, that's my code. You didn't follow my license. Because the MIT license is a non-license that protects the code writer. The BSD license is a non-license that protects the code writer, but you have to give him credit. At least in this clause 2 one. They also have a 1 that's basically MIT, and then they have a 3 that a little bit more restriction, You can do whatever with the BSD one. Whatever you can think of, you can do. All you have to do is say, like, this is like the original developer should just be credited somewhere. Like part of this code is built upon code from this developer / project. Look at Apple. Apple is, so the code Apple uses in their kernel from BSD is under the BSD license. The BSD2 license. I don't think any of it is on a BSD3 license. Just look at what they're doing. That's what you do. So whatever Apple is doing with the free BSD code, you can do with both MIT and BSD2 code. The only difference between these two here is that this one requires you the credit. That you have to credit the original author. So let's say I built a AI, self-aware AI entity in MIT. You can steal that and do whatever you want with it, and nobody needs to know I've done it. If I do it in BSD2, you can still do whatever you want with it. You have to just tell people that you took the code from me and built on it or copy it. Yeah, so again, MIT basically just mean it's a non-licensed that protected developer. Because if there's not this, like, I am not reliable for this software, that means that if something breaks, you could sue me. But the MIT license say, you can't sue me. But I also have no rights over what you do with my code. So it's just to protect the... Well, MIT was the original, of course, user of it. But it's a lot of people call it a non-licensed license. It's a license that's really not a license. And that's because you have total freedom to do almost anything you conceive of with it. You just can't come bitch and moan if something goes wrong. Where if you use GPL and you base your software on GPL, you are now forced to use FOSS for the rest of your project. roughly speaking. There's, of course, caveats, but GPL forces code availability. Meaning you can make it proprietary. You can't close it down. You can't call it your own and all that. MIT and BSD, you can... Again, whatever you can think of, you can do with it. Where in BSD, you just have to credit the author. This is built upon software from X. MIT, you don't have to credit the author. And again, I like the BSD2 the best because I feel like if you are using other people's code, other than for learning and stuff like that, at least give them, at least give them the credit, Because then if people see the source code and they can see, oh, this is made by you and you and you, and this is made by the original developer. So if they need help or if they need a developer that can do those kind of things, they can just look at the source code and see, oh, this is the part that this guy did, so maybe I should talk to this guy or girl. Where the MIT, you don't know who did what. So that you may get support questions for stuff you don't even know about. And you're like, but I didn't make it. I took it from this project, and they'll be like, that's not my problem. At least with the BSD, they can see, and you can also say, well, this dude or dude that made this part, so if you can, it would be better if you ask them, But yeah, the GPL actually had, like, if you read the GPL, you see how many restrictions there are to the GPL. Where MIT has no restriction. The BSD Clause 2 has no restriction. It has a requirement. The MIT don't even have a requirement. It's no restriction, no requirement. It may not be... The only reason it's there is to protect the developer from liability. That's the only reason it's there. It's so people could not sue MIT if they used their code and they lost like $1 billion or something like that. And the BSD is just like, yeah, we like that, but at least credit the author. And that's it. The GPL is like, we like that, but we also want all the future software to be open. And the source code should be available to modify and redistribute. So therefore, to use our license, you have to follow our ideologies. It's like if you want to use this car, you have to follow the religion of the car maker. Or if you want to modify this car, you have to follow the religion of the car maker. That's the GPL way of thinking. The BSD and the MIT, they don't give a fuck. You just have to say what dealer you bought it from, or who made the car, so it's a Ford. Or in the MIT, it's like, you don't even have to say it's a Ford. Just do whatever the fuck you want. But, yeah, the GPL is weirdly enough super restrictive. There's a lot of do's and don'ts. And that's when you know you're dealing with something that has what is called alternative motives, and also is hiding something. Because if something was super free, super open, you don't need to say much. It's like saying, I am a super acceptable person, but if you blah, 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 and you name like a shit ton of things, you can't earn this much, or you can't live in those areas of town, you can't drink this coffee at one point in your life, and there's all these stipulations, you can't tell anyone when we talk, like, then you're not really an accepting person, or accommodating person, because there's all these other requirements you have to follow to be part of this group. Where BSD and MIT just don't give a fuck. Do whatever you want. Do whatever, ever you want. Heck, Al-Qaida or ISIS could take BSD and MIT code and do whatever they want with it. Like, it's... Total freedom means that you allow other people to do things you don't agree with. And that is kind of what BSD and MIT is. It's basically the code is not yours. But the GPL is still kinda is. Think about the GPL as a proprietary software. But the source code shall be available, redistributable, modifiable. But there's still a lot of things you can do. Limitations. That's the problem. So NVIDIA had a really big problem with this. With the NVIDIA driver for the kernel. They basically had to put on, like, look, Google NVIDIA condom. So they made open source code that followed the GPL and put in their proprietary driver in that code. So it could be used in Linux. Because natively, the proprietary code as it was could not be used because of licensing issues. BSD and MIT would not have given a fuck about that. You just like, yeah, whatever, dude. And again, I suspect that's why Mac OS is built on BSD code and not Linux code. Because Mac OS, as we know today, comes from Next Step. And Next Step was built upon FreeBSD code. And at that point, FreeBSD was actually behind Linux in a lot of instances. But Steve Jobs, I think, took BSD code because of the license. And funny enough, nowadays, Apple is running a lot of FOSS projects, but the BSD code they have, I think they chose to run with the BSD way because of the license, to be honest. Again, I don't know, that's just my speculation. With the Steam Deck, well, it depends on what you mean, how it applies with the Steam Deck. So let's say they they do something with the kernel. They have to push that back, or those modifications, they have to give back to Linus and his team, and then they can decide if they want to use it or not. Let's say the add-on to the kernel, directly into the kernel, that is a TPL2 part of the kernel. Will that thing that they modify or add to have to follow TPL standards? So another way of thinking about it is that, let's say everything, this is just a hypothetical. If everything in KDE is TPL2, and they want to add a new, what is it called, compositor. But it's built upon the compositor from KDE. They now have to follow the TPL license. Because it's built on the compositor from KDE. Kwin, I think it's called. But if they made their own from scratch and then just plugged it into KDE, they could do that. And then take out the Kwin. I think they could do that because they're not directly, mingling proprietary code with open source. But if they're using the Kwin one and building on top of it, taking stuff out they don't need, modifying it and stuff like that, adding to it, then all of those additions and modifications have to be submitted back to the Kwin project that they then can use or not. And the modifications and additions that they esteem or well put into the Steam Deck's Kwin engine has to be GPL compatible. Because they're taking an existing code base with an existing license and altering, changing it, modifying it, blah, blah, blah. Again, that's also why some of the, part of the Android kernel is GPL. Because they're taking the kernel and modifying, adding, removing, But then a lot of stuff is not GPL because it's just plugins that plug into the kernel. Or API calls and libraries that the kernel talk to. So that's like the if you mess up the room, take furnitures out, putting them in, you have to follow the license. If you're just attaching another room on the side and then just have a door between them, you don't have to do anything. And a lot of companies got into problems with that, where they do a little bit of modification there. Is it really a modification or is it not? And, and then the TPL folks like, you did not follow, you did not resubmit or put up, and now because you did this little line change in like, oh shit, in line 401, you did like an character 50, you did 2 character change, now you have to submit and blah blah blah. Well, yeah, that's if you want other people to have that opportunity. So what the GPL could give you, it could give you free developers. Because someone could see this, this is an interesting project, I want to help out. It could give you people that may look at the source code to help you find bugs and stuff like that, but it could also just do nothing. I've had TPL or MIT software on the internet for 10 years, 10, 15 years. Nobody have done anything with it. But I'm also a nobody. I could have made it proprietary, non-proprietary, and nobody would have given a fuck. And also, with the TPL don't prevent people from taking your work and make something out of it. So that's what happened with Streamlabs. Is heavily based on OBS. And OBS for a long time was angry at Streamlabs because they did not credit them. And they technically don't have to. So a lot of people thought the Streamlabs was its own little thing. But Streamlabs is basically just plugins on top of it's an Electron app that is living on top of OBS with a lot of extra features and plugins. So, and they probably make more money than OBS does. So people could do that with your Unreal Engine. They could take your engine project and be like, we're going to use this for our game that then makes $1 billion. And you have no requirement for that money whatsoever. All they have to do is that if they modify the engine or add to it or anything like that, they have to give you the code, send it back to you, and they have their modifications, add-ons have to follow the TPL guidelines. What they do with it is they can do like they can take your GPL engine and make a proprietary game. The engine is just open source, but the engine is open source, but all of the rest of the game is proprietary. They can do that and sell it. So I would say for an engine, I don't know if I would go. I would probably go freeware. Unless it's an educational project. That, let's say you're building a gaming engine that you want other people to learn from. Because people that understand game engine development, like it's like a super niche thing about development. Almost any Linux user, most Linux users will not understand shit about game development, engine development. It's a little bit like, why do you think that there's not a lot of users contributing to the Linux kernel? Because the people that can contribute to the Linux kernel, well, they're hardcore hardware developers. It's a niche within a niche within a niche. And I don't know how many... Because Valve just bought up a development studio, game engine development studio. We have Unity, we have Unreal, and all of them give it away for free. Yeah, I would look at like how many people. That's probably easier to just do this. Oop. I just give me a second. I'm cleaning this. It's so fucking satisfying. So I'd be like, who is it for? What is the goal? I think those are like, you have to think about those. Because if it's just for you and only for you and nobody else, the license don't matter. If it's a springboard to starting a company, others can use it for their games and stuff like that, I would probably make it freeware. Like if it's, like I want other people to use my engine and it potentially also could be a business, I would make it freeware. If it's like purely educational, I want to learn and I want other people to learn, I would go GPL. And that goes like with the goal. So are you targeting hobbyists, students and stuff like that? GPL, like openness of the code, GPL, MIT, whatever you want. If it's meant for the corporate world, or again, for something that people could use in a professional manner, that could be a springboard for me to start a business, freeware or proprietary software, but they can use it for free. Because just because you make a proprietary, that don't mean that, let's say, X company wants to help out. You could just give them access to the source code. They just have to sign an NDA. Like, it's not like nobody else ever in the world can see your source code. You just have to tell them that, yes, or they're like, we really, really want this. Can we fix it for you? So, yeah. Just have to, like, acknowledge that it's my work and what you do is mine when you've done it, and you can't disclose this to anyone. Like, you can't use this for your own purposes and take the code and, But in the world we live in today, like, for the most part, having the openness of the code only really makes sense if it's if the main focus is to educate. Because if you open source something and you want to try to make a business, it's super difficult. Like, think about how many FOSS projects that are making money compared to how many there are. And if you look at almost any businesses on Earth and anyone making money off being developers, most of them are proprietary developers. Most of those companies, development groups, again, what I was talking about, starting a software company, they're all almost doing like their main bread and butter is a proprietary software system. And then they may have these little supporting projects they are doing because it helps their cause. They use it for their code. These, like, if you look at Apple, Microsoft, Oracle, they have a lot of FOSS projects. but they only have them because they're using those FOSS projects in their proprietary products. It's really rare to see, FOSS companies like Canonical, Red Hat. Well, we could debate if Red Hat is anymore, and SUSE. I can just play the stream on my computer. Yeah. It honestly depends. Like, if you have any, like, answering tickets. Oh, cool. Good old tech support. Like, if you have any little lingering idea about you want to make money out of this in any way, shape, or form, I would go proprietary. Here's the thing: you can always open source it. You can, let's say you're like, I want to see if I can make something out of this. I am proprietarying it, and let's say it don't go anywhere. Then just open source it. No biggie. It's harder to go the other way, though. It's harder to already have it open source and then go proprietary. So honestly, I'm doing a lot of things now, small little things that I hopefully will just put out as MIT or BSD. But if some of it takes off, I will make like a version 2 that's proprietary. Because that's the best way to protect your intellectual property, your idea, your work. And if that then, let's say it works for like a month, 6 months, a year, 2 years, and nobody's interested anymore, just do what any other project does when they're done. They just FOSS it, open source it. Plan 9 did it, Atom Editor did almost any proprietary software that there's no business model in anymore. They just open source it, and then let whoever wants it take it over and do whatever they want with it. That's probably what I would do. Yeah, Microsoft does that sometimes. Yeah, wasn't it DOS they FOSSed a few years ago? Like good old DOS, 6 point something. Tech support Lamer, the cult leader, yeah, and Casio leader. Casio Watch cult leader. I think I do feel it different with this like filtered water shit. I maybe don't feel that fucking harsh. I don't know. Maybe it's just a placebo. I don't fucking know, but I'm kind of convincing myself that it's better than normal tap water. I have to do an A/B comparison. I have to take 2 cups and fill them up with tap, and but I know which one is what. I need someone to do like a blind test on me. Have like 5 cups with normal water, and the 6th is tapped, and I have to guess which one it is. But they do say it's healthier for you though, and stuff like that, and yeah, I don't know. I do see a lot of people putting filters in the tap system, though. Mine is just one you put in a jar. It also makes me want to drink more water and less soda, so that's good. That's the reason why I bought it, was like I'm drinking way too much. So I get like diet sodas and sugar-free sodas, but they're still not super good for you. So I'm starting to drink more flavored water. I knew a streamer. This is a funny story. I knew a streamer. The only thing she drank was Mountain Dew. No, not Mountain Dew. Gatorade. And she had so many kidney stones, so she could never figure out why the fuck she had them. Until the doctor, after like years of dealing with kidney stones, was like, what the fuck do you drink? Well, I drink Gatorade, Powerade. Like, yeah, that's why you get kidney stones. So apparently there's something in them that just like if you overconsume it, you have a higher chance of getting kidney stones. Luckily enough, I never had one of those, but I hear it's painful as fuck. But nowadays you can get laser treatment where they, beam lasers into your body and kick them off that way. Yeah, it's gonna be. I honestly like, especially when it's something gaming related, I wouldn't wait on forcing it or make it source code available, because the MIT and BSD license is a somewhat FOSS compatible license. Some will even say that it's a FOSS license. Oh, my weather thingy works. Nice. There may be too much information. I think people only will like the temperature, the feel like and humidity, the wind speed, and maybe also the wind speed. Maybe the conditions can be, I don't know. I did fiddle around really quite a lot to like the font size and stuff like that. But yeah, I kind of want to make like a simple overlay package people can use and then build on that. But yeah, I really, really fucking wish I could do something where I need to win the lottery where I can save those 2 developers so they can get like a job for at least 2 to 3 years. They don't deserve to be where they're at right now. That's my main issue. Is like I'm like, when I got fired, I'm like, man, I'm so unhappy that you guys have to still be here. But they need money. They need a job. They are an AI developer, yeah. And here's the thing. It's super easy to make money if you don't have any fucking moral compass whatsoever. I never made more money on YouTube than when I did those reaction videos to Linux YouTubers. I could just do that like 5 times a week. I got so many subscribers and so many, but it's aggravating content. You have to be angry, you have to be bad because that's what sells, Or you can make drama videos, political drama videos, like, go the Asmongold route and stuff like that. But then you have to deal with so much drama all the fucking time. Which is like, I don't want to deal with that. The reason why I stopped the reaction videos, the drama about them. It was not so much making them, it was like, oh, there's fucking one stupid fucking comment after the other one. They can't understand. It's just one stupid idiot on the internet's opinion. And they can't understand that facts is better than just feelings and stuff like that. Because they feel that their content creator is right because they like them more. Like, But if you like political content right now, if you can deal with the drama and you have just don't give a fuck, go nuts. And go live stream that on Kick, by the way, because they pay a shite ton of money. Or if you want to do I would say more easier content, but not that much money in it, AI content. Promote the living shit out of AI and stuff. The bomb is not totally burst yet. But the fun thing here is that the way to make easy money is always you have to do something that will taint your reputation for the rest of your life. And there is a high possibility you can only do it over a short period of time. So you really have to grind while the iron is hot. And some people do that, like Asmongold do that. Like he followed trends, man. He did a shit ton of reaction when reaction videos were on the highest. Also, when I did my reaction videos, at the same time he did his, now he's doing more political and also some reaction. Because political content right now, the well, 6 years since Corona, has been massively popular. But you also attract those kind of like crazy people. And he just don't deal with them. It's, and power to him for doing that. He's been told to spend $2 million a year. That is financially beneficial for him to waste $2 million a year. And it will only be chump change. Carl Hammer, what the fuck his name is, audited Asmongold in a podcast, and I haven't seen it, but I saw some outtake of it. It's nothing for him to spend $2 million a year, and he recommend doing it for obvious reasons. And a lot of that shit comes from the reaction and political content that he's making. But with political content, there's a really high chance you get banned. Because you have a opinion someone don't like. But there's so good money in it right now. So good money in it. And it's super tempting. It's so tempting to make rage bait drama videos. Imagine that you were like, I could use $1,000. I just have to grind this for like 2 weeks and I can make $1,000. Imagine have that opportunity. And that's just... I could probably make if I really went hardcore with the reaction videos, I could probably make $1,000 in... From what I'm doing now, where my channel is more or less in stagnation, it'll probably take me like 2-3 months, I will make $1,000. If I really, really hardcore focused in on being, making that angry at Linux YouTubers videos. But there's a certain quote of that, and at some point people get tired of it. So I may make $1,000 every 3 months for like a year or two, and then I can't make any other content ever again. And then in a few years when that niche is dried out and people get tired of me yelling at the same content creators over and over again, like Chris Titus Tech, I just become the Chris Titus Tech hater, and nobody wants that. But there's money in it. But yeah, like if you have... It's the same in like business. Like if you don't give a fuck, it's so easy to make money. If you don't care about rules that much, or your employees that much, so easy to make money. I get called, and this is not even a story, this is real life. My first year, I got called in by my boss. He wanted to I call it attitude adjustments. In the States, you would probably call it a write-up. But there were so many management people that were angry at me because I was confronting them with laws they were breaking. Worker laws they were breaking. They were basically making a bad working environment. And according to the Danish working laws, you can't do that. And I would be printing out papers that told them they could not do this. Because people could not work and people were pissed and angry. And I got called into the office and be like, people don't like it when you are adjusting what they're doing and printing out papers that showcases the Danish work laws. Just so you know we are breaking laws. We are breaking laws every day, and we're breaking a lot big laws. Like he was proud of it. And I just go, what? Yeah. We're doing way more illegal shit than we should. It's just like... So, you found asbestos in our kids' toy? Yeah. Basically, we're also drug dealers. And you know what? Either be here, like it, or fuck the fuck off. I'm like, okay. We are selling asbestos to kids and being drug lords. That's basically like the feeling I had when I went out. It's like, you're sitting here and giving me a slap on the wrist because I actually care about health. Care about, my co-workers not getting brain damage and hearing problems. And you're telling me that this is the least of the problems? This is like... These laws is like... kid change besides what we are other doing. Or else are doing. It's like, oh. Like... Yeah, so, just so you know, we do break the law every day. I'm like, you don't want to change that? No, it's fine. I think they are stupid laws. Like, yeah, people think the speed limits are stupid, but they still, and then they drive, into a ditch or something like that. Yeah, I so want to save those 2 developers from that place, man. And because we all are a little bit anti-AI, I think it would be hard to find another job. Because unless you're like sucking AI cock nowadays, then almost nobody wants to hire you. It's almost like back in the days, like, show me your GitHub repository. How do you want to solve these coding problems? How many years of experience do you have in the field? Nowadays, it's just like, what AI agents do you know about? Can you use them? You're hired. It's like, you don't need to, like, you just like, do you know cloud? Yes. Can you use it? Yes. Have you used it before? Yes. Here's a $20 an hour fucking, job at a big and small company. It's so funny how... Well, we kind of saw it coming when you think about it, because for the longest time, web development has taken over back-end development. If you follow what I'm saying here, what I mean is that, well, Electron is a really good example. Back in the day, like 15-ish years ago or something like that, or 10 years ago, you will not be using you will not be using a web browser to host a website to do an application. You would code it in C++ or C# or Java, but you will use like a proper developer to do it, like a back-end developer. But because they are expensive, because it's, it's way easier to understand HTML and JavaScripting than it is to like do Java, C#, C++, and all those things. That also means that you pay less for web developers. So how do we get more developers for less money? Well, we make it so that technology also works as an app, and that's the whole idea with Electron. So now we really don't need those expensive developers. We can hire 2 web developers, one one old school traditional developer's price. Because that's how they think: maximum effort, minimum output. Or maximum output, minimum effort. Like minimum money effort. And AI is the next thing. It's even cheaper, they think, right now, than the Electron developers and the JavaScript developers. Because we only pay tokens. But the problem here is that a lot of companies are finding out that they spend more money on tokens than they would have if they have kept the developers. So they are spending more money on tokens. They don't have anyone to fix it when it goes wrong. And it's not really faster than before. So they're getting a really cheap prompt engineer, spending a shit ton of money on tokens, and it's kind of the same output that they're getting. But that's how business people think. Less money, more effort, more output. And that's why we went from traditional development to, it was JavaScript and HTML like Electron, and now AI. Why would I hire 2 people or 3 people when I can get one to do the same work? Well, it's because most people think that writing the code is actually what developers do. No, that's when they already know what to do, they then write the code. And then there's all the testing and all that shit afterwards that AI don't fucking do. And most prompt engineers don't tell it to do, honestly, also. And it's just... I'm really interesting to see what's going on, or what will go on in the future. When all of this falling down. I think a lot of companies will call back to their old developers with like a massive paycheck in the hand and be like, please come back and fix everything. Like, pretty please. The AI ran away with my printer. We can't run our company anymore. And the prompt engineer just, I can't do anything without my AI. I can't even fucking take my pants on without my AI. I think also next time, I think I will do like a development stream. Maybe make overlays live on stream, I don't know. But again, people, they want to be entertained, they don't want to learn. Or they want to be entertained more than they want to learn. Infotainment, I think someone was calling it. Oh, I should just make an AI, like a, steal Anthropic's source code that they got hacked out, and make an AI, and then just steal everyone's data and make billions of dollars. What was that? There was a company. Was it like it was some health thing. It was 2 people. Everything was AI. The website, the promotion, the pictures, even the reviews. They were selling, was it like a slimming agent or some fucking... They, in 1 year, got evaluated to be worth $1 billion. And they had no satisfactory customers. And everything was AI. Even their doctors that we have... Oh, we have these doctors in-house. It's just AI-generated people. And sometimes it would be the same people. They would just change the name of the doctor, but it would be the same picture. And they sold like just Chinese... Or was it peptide they sold? They sold something from China that was just unregulated. Just like... They got evaluated to be $1 billion. And it was like 2 people and just AI. And the product was crap. People got sick and it didn't work and... It's fucking... The world is fucking weird. I can't wait to see... Like, I can you guys remember the girl from Thanos? The girl with, like, the Steve Jobs look? That got put in jail for fraud? I think Sam Altman may be the... Or the guy from FTF, the cryptocurrency one. What the fuck was he called? Where his girlfriend almost got no fucking jail time, but she's as bad as he was. Yeah, I think Sam Altman will be the next one of those. I am almost 1000% sure that there's going something on behind the scenes with him that's not up to snuff. And all of those companies went on for years and were predicted to make billions and trillions of dollars, and then one day it just all come falling down. He might be AI. Nah, that's Mark Zuckerberg. Mr. Meta AI. Here's the thing with him, with Mr. Android. I genuinely think he's a cool, nice guy. Like, if you had like a dinner with him or you went out, just being with him, I think he's I think he would be a great, good guy. Like nothing bad about. Like, he would just be a generally nerdy, good guy. But when it comes to make money, he has no morals whatsoever. You know, it's like having this Jekyll and Mr. Hyde kind of thing, where outside of his business, he's just a normal fucking fun-loving geek that we probably all could love and live with. But the second we go into the work sphere, he becomes Bill Gates, Elon Musk, and Sam Altman built into one. And it's kind of, you know, he's one of the few ones where I get that feeling from in that space. Because Sam Altman, he just seems like a bad dude. He's just like, the way he conducts himself in interviews, you just think he's the smartest kid on the block and stuff like that. And he's done nothing. Like, his success is built on other people's work. He's just the manager. Like, he's just the one, managing the resources. He did, like, it's not like Elon Musk that he actually have worked at some point in his life. He's just like, we did this, my team did this. Like, but he thinks he's this, like, brilliant fucking guy. Even fucking Steve Jobs developed at some point in his life. Had done some substantial in his life. And he was a massive douchebag. Yeah, I think Sam Altman will probably end up like one of those peeps, man. Like, I don't know if he's going to jail, but there will probably come something out where he, just the way that he got back into the company after they fired him is like super fucking dubious. He basically took over the company and fired the whole board of directors. Like, you fired me, you are fired. And I think it was because it was like, they didn't allow him to defend himself or something like that. And then when he came back, he's on the side and either paid off or convinced other people of some things that was basically lies, so they were changing their minds, and then he got reinstated or never unfired, and then he just fired everyone else and took over the company. Because you have to remember, OpenAI was primarily a Elon Musk thing. He just hired Sam Altman as the manager. And then he ended up taking over the whole company in a really, really, like, sneaky, dubious way. And if you look into his previous project, Loop, that he lied about and sold for millions of dollars, and it basically have like a user base of nothing. Linux Code Leader AI, yeah. Yeah, he seems like one of those that it will turn out that like he's been ciphering a shit ton of money for himself, or he's been lying about most of the things that what he was doing. Yeah, so one of the things now you're saying that I was thinking about is that I would have a program that looked for certain words in my chat, and depending on when those words came out, a certain animation will pop up on the screen. So imagine every time someone said Linux, this will pop up like, like, me, and then run away or something like that. I hope that makes sense. And then there will be like a cooldown on it, because you can, with the YouTube AI, not just random, like, you don't have to do the exclamation mark, just randomly. It will look like, let's say, every 2 minutes, it will look for certain words, and if they are in, on this, in here, in the last, mention the last 5 minutes in chat, some animations will come up, and then there will be like a 10-minute cooldown, stuff like that. I think that could be a little bit fun, and then you could change the words. So today would be Linux, and then it could be like Windows, and then Bill Gates will come running over the screen if someone say Bill Gates or something like that in chat. Yeah, whatever, like, because getting this animation, like getting this, is just a matter of finding a picture on the internet. But it could be fun that if it looked over chats and be like they sent within the last 5 minutes, and then there would be like 5 or 6 keyword it looked for, and if that was triggered, something would happen. And then you could change those words per stream or something like that. It's kind of the same way that exclamation mark Linux kind of work. Kinda. That it's looking for that word and it's triggering something in the API. But the fun part here is that you don't know what it is. Only me, the streamer, knows it. But let's say today, like if someone put in Linux code leader, a picture of Manson family will pop up for like a second or something like that. I think that could be a fun thing to make. And then there would be like random cooldowns between 1 minute to like, let's say, an hour or something like that. Or let's say another word come up and the background, all the green turns to red or something like that. Let's say something mentioned Windows and everything on the screen will be turning blue. But the viewers don't know what's going on because they don't know what the words are. And again, random cooldowns and changing them per stream makes it even harder for them to figure out. But yeah, I need to look into the YouTube AI how to do that. Because there is actually a function, there's an example on the website on looking for keywords in chats. And I think that could be funny. And then you can also associate that with a sound later on if you want. Then it's basically just like, if you think about like donation, follower, pops-ups and stuff like that. But instead of a action triggers it, it's a word that triggers it. They Google AI. Fuck no. Fuck no. Do you really need a fucking certificate to speak to an AI now? Some of the fucking most simple thing on earth, man. Oh. Oh, you guys can probably not see that. Let's hope I don't get demonetized for this. Google says so and Microsoft. Oh, fucking hell. It's just another way for them to make money, and then someone in a company makes it so they can make the client pay more money. That's the only reason they are there for. It's so a company can bill a client more money because they're using a certified Google and Microsoft AI. And there are probably people without that certification that are way better at it anyway. It's making a fucking big P here. Oh. Yeah, so many fucking certificates, man. Yeah, I like. The way that the world is going now, I would get out of development if I worked for a company that was so AI focused. And be like maintaining, administrating infrastructure and physical stuff, because anything you have to do with your two hands, AI can't replace. At least not for a long time. For a long time. Anything that's software is the main aspect of it. If things keeps going the way that they're going, which is not likely, but there's a possibility that it's just more and more AI. You're just like development becomes nothing more than a machine is clicking a button on a machine every 5 minutes for 8 hours. You know, you just become another. You're maintaining the AI more than you are making the product. So I would like, if this continues for another 2 years, I would transition over to anything that has to do in IT with the physical aspect of it. Because you can't get AI to replace that. You need like an Android to do that. And it'll be years, decades from that, probably. But if people still wants to ruin the world with AI-generated code, let them. If you want job security, that's what you should go for. Do something that's physical. And I don't mean physical in a hard way, but you're using your hands. Like, to do something, to either build, maintain, upgrade, remove, move stuff. You're not just sitting and typing on a keyboard. Because as it is right now, if you're not willing to do this whole AI bullshit, it's really difficult to get a job. Like, it really is. Because most executive or exclusive, most company owners and department heads are blinded by this AI shit. So you either have to run it till it's done, which can take either a month or 2 or 3 years, or you have to go over to something like physical. I keep telling, before I got fired, I keep telling everyone, because I stopped doing development just in protest. So I would just be fixing computers, and I keep telling every time I got a job in the door where I had to fix a computer, I'm just like, I'm going to do something AI is not going to replace. And I would just go and do that, which is probably why I got fired also. Because it's just like, you're all sitting here talking about AI. Well, if everything goes as it's going to go, all of your jobs are going to be replaced with AI, not mine. So, yeah, it's huh? Yeah, it's like, if the world goes the way the world wanted to go, and I mean like Microsoft, OpenAI, Intel, AMD, there's no real future in development. Not if you are up and coming. If you already know development, that's another side. But they don't want to teach new people, that's the problem. They want experienced people, but they don't want to teach new people because they think that they want people that can fix the AI when it fucks up, until they don't need those people anymore. which may or may not be a possibility, a future, but I think it will not be a future. I think it's the world's going to be super surprised, and yeah, it's some strange fucking times that we are living in, man. But if you like, here's the thing: if you're an electrician, plumber, masonry that wants to do bricks and houses, go to countries where they build AI centers and move into those cities. You will have jobs for a long fucking time. Because those centers need a lot of electricity, a lot of plumbing, and a lot of bricks being laid. I will even say PowerShell may not be that relevant anymore. AI has gotten really good at producing PowerShell scripts now. Like, really good. Security may still have a little bit of legs on it because AI is so bad at security. That I can see being a little bit delayed. Yeah, maybe. Just Google or ask an AI about PowerShell. Like, I'm not joking. It's actually really good at PowerShell nowadays. And you can just ask. So what I typically do is I just ask it to teach me. So I'll be like, how can I make a how should I make a PowerShell script that do X and then lay it out in a teaching way or something like that? And yeah. Yeah, go cloud way. That's not a bad thing to do. Oh, I know what the problem here is. When you touch down, you can't see the tip anymore. That's why it's so weird to draw on this one. So not right now, I don't know where the fuck my pen is. I don't know if it was up here, down. I don't know where it is right now either. But that's a problem with the program and not the tablet itself. It's the way whiteboard function, and I don't know if there's any way of changing that. It is relaxing to do this though. I don't know why. If I should start, if I was lame, I would go security. Because not enough people know much about it or want to deal with it. Everyone wants to be a developer. Everyone wants to be, make the next new big software that makes the app that makes them $1 billion and all that fucking shit. But every time I see someone in a department and there is someone that knows about security, they go mental in a good way. Like they are just looked at like unicorns. Because security is... It is a fun job, to be honest. Like, I kind of, like, again, it's a fun job. But it's also one of those where you don't see, like, security people, on YouTube, building the next massive, amazing program. But they probably make as much money as the people that do that. It's not the flashy, fancy part of development and IT. But they make a shit ton of money. And they're kind of like the quiet heroes in the back end. That everyone comes crawling to when shit hits the fan. And nobody can live without. But you are not in the limelight, so to speak. Take some security courses. It's not that difficult. You don't need a big background in it always, of course, it helps if you understand basic development and stuff like that, but I take some courses, man. It's like you have to remember most security problems nowadays is it's not so much the code, it's the people. So you're dealing more with the people than you're dealing with the code. If that makes any sense. And then you are like, when they are building code, like APIs or whatnot, you'll be the one asking, have you made sure that they can't get access through a backdoor to this? Have you made sure that they can't elevate credentials and stuff like that? You don't sit and like hack like in the olden days, You don't sit and do a lot of pen testing and, well, you even pen testing is like you just sit and run programs and stuff like that, but you don't sit and code so much, or you don't necessarily sit and code hardcore code as much. You're more like the consultant. So you may look over some code. So again, understanding coding is a benefit, and you should do it. But it would be like looking over code that, with how they're handling permissions and shit like that. Administrative, offensive, and defensive, and yeah, but a lot of them are built together. You have to remember, most people don't work in like big corporations. For most companies, you are all of that. Like, you are all of those things. And most of them are administrative and defensive. Not a lot of them do offensive unless you're working for a security company. Most companies are interesting in the defensive part. Are we secure enough? Do we have the right measurements set up? Do our employees understand what to do and look for and how to act and stuff like that? Do our developers know what to look for and whatnot? Senior roles are always difficult to get into because, well, you need experience, and they don't really, like I said, they don't want to teach people. So it's really hard to get into anything with IT or software at the moment if you have no experience. Because everyone wants, like the 20-year-old with like 50-year-old of experience. Because there's so many developers on the market right now. So why should they put in the effort to train someone when said person may be replaced with AI? And that's how they think. So they rather just have someone that's got laid off because of AI, and then, hire them until they hopefully, in their eyes, again, I say in the management eyes, hopefully get all of them get replaced with AI, so they only need the prompt engineers. Yeah, like I said, most companies, if they think about security, it's almost mostly just education for the employees, and then defensive. Do we, are we protected against ransomware? Are we protected against this? Are we protected against this? Are developers doing enough to make sure that we potentially can't get hacked and stuff like that? Funny enough, most companies, mid-size to small, even some big companies nowadays, to be honest, they don't have that much separation anymore. Again, cost, money saving, and all that fucking shit. So they tend to blend a lot of roles together. Like that's what I was 2 in 1 role. So at one point I had 3 different job titles. Because the company was not big enough that there was a full-time employment for all of those. Or another way of saying it, there's not enough work to have someone employed that did only that thing. Because of the size of the company. And the commitment for that company in those areas. Because you can always debate that there is always room for an administrative, offensive, and defensive person in the company. Probably a team for each. Even if it's only like, let's say 2 person each team and the company is 10 people big. You can always make a debate for that. The same like we are a development team of 3 people, but you can always make a debate, well, then we need a testing team that's 3 people big or bigger than 3 people. You can always make that debate, but they don't look like that. Most people just think money. Money. Do we need a security person if the developer is good enough? That's how they think. Do we need a developer if cloud can do it for us? That's how they think. They don't give a fuck about the future. They give, like, funny enough, and this is something I've noticed a lot of business people, especially the small, medium, and down business people, they are not that far ahead thinking. But they think they are. So the reason for this AI push in the company, I was saying, was because we want it to be so when people talk about our company, they think innovation. And then we were like, yeah, but what you see as innovation is potentially a massive security problem, privacy problem, efficiency problem, stability problem, and scalability problem. And it's proving to be all of those things. No, but we want to be innovating and using all these new technologies. Yeah, but if this is the thing with new technologies, they are not proven and tested, and they are new, so there will be a lot of, if you are early adopter, you are beta tester, basically, You are the one that has to deal with all the bugs and all the problems and stuff like that. So, on one point, they think ahead, but not on the points that matters. Because it sounds good and potentially can mean money to say we are innovative company. Not that we are innovative and secure-minded and stability-minded company. That don't make that much money. Or they think so. And they don't think about that because we want to be an innovative company, we may lose a shit ton of money because of it. One of the biggest eye-opener we all had was that we were talking with someone, and it was a new hire, and we were like, how was the conversation about AI? And he was like, well, and he basically said the same thing as we said, that there was a lot of, because if they want to be that innovative, they were beta test on that, and then we asked the manager, and like, what did the boss say? And the manager basically said that he asked the boss if he wants to bet the company, like lose the whole company by going the AI route, and he said 100,000% yes. So to be innovative, he was willing to bankrupt a company on an idea that's not even being proven yet. That's dangerous. That's not even something that should be considered as a gamble. And that's super reckless. It could turn out well. Chances are it won't. But when someone is willing to say, I'm willing to sacrifice everything, that's why we had the Titanic incident with the U-boat that collapsed. Because he didn't want to follow any rules. He thought he knew better. And he was willing to bet everything that if that succeeded, if he succeeded, he would be like the richest man on earth. If you could take like normal people for no money down to Titanic, he would be the richest man on earth. But all the experts said it would fail, and it did fail. Just like all the experts are saying that this AI bullshit is going to fail, it will probably fail. That's when I knew that I was not for that company for long. Because that was not how I looked at it. And he don't like people that don't think like him. So. But yeah, if someone is willing to just to be like, we want to be innovative. Most innovative company, look at Apple, it's an innovative company. But they're not the first one to do a thing. They're the first one to do it right. And that's the difference. Look at OpenAI. They were like the first one that really got out there and stuff like that, but they are not the one everyone is talking about anymore, because there's already gotten people out that are doing it right. Anthropic, Gemini. They're all doing AI better than OpenAI now. And taking a shit ton of, like, OpenAI lost a shit ton of market share not long ago. So being first is only good for a short period of time. And if innovative means being first, which I think that's how my old boss was thinking, that's never a success. Apple was never the first to do anything, they just made it work. They made it make sense. They made it understandable and usable for the people that matters. Because you could debate that Xerox should have been way bigger in the personal computer space because they invented the desktop. Everyone thinks Apple did because they made it accessible. You know, they made it work and understandable. And if you're willing to bet everything on being the first instead of being the best, and another thing I was thinking about was also like, you want to be an innovative company. So we were dealing with buying stuff and selling stuff. Why not be the best customer support company? Have the best shipment, the fastest shipment. That's what people want. Like, you as a consumer, like, oh, they are so advanced, but it takes like 10 times longer to get my product. And half of the time it don't fucking work, or it's batshit crazy. Or there's, like, they're so advanced, they're so far ahead of anyone else, but custom support sucks, shipping sucks. Half of the time, we don't really know what they have in stock or not. Like, being innovative, like Xerox, or giving people what they want, Apple. Or focusing on, or make it usable for what people want, Apple. It's, Elon Musk was not innovative. What did he innovate? There's been online banking before PayPal. That was what he really made his money on. There's been electrical cars before Tesla. He just did it somewhat right. There's been space travels before, what is it called, SpaceX. He did do the retrievable modules. Self-landing modules. Nobody did that before. That's one thing that nobody have done before. One thing that nobody have done before that and that's not even what made him all his money. PayPal was better, more convenient, easier online banking, online shopping. And Teslas was better, to some extent, more advanced electrical cars. But they were nothing new. Even the self-driving aspect of it was not totally new either. And SpaceX, well, we have NASA and all that fucking shit. And other privately owned exploration companies. Yeah, there was another thing that when I heard that, I was a little bit like, well, what about just being the best instead of being the most advanced? Because here's another thing. So, Xbox, PlayStation 5, and Nintendo Switch 2. Which one do you think is the most popular and the most powerful? This is a fun little thing, because we all know that the Nintendo Switch is the least powerful, but it probably also have sold close to more unit or as much unit as either PlayStation or Xbox. I'm not getting a MacBook Neo, no. And the Xbox has the power, but the PlayStation sells more. Or it's the most popular console. So do you want to be the most advanced, which you can debate is the most powerful one, is the most advanced one? Or do you actually want to give people what they want? I remember when I got my job, my boss was like, "We are a really agile company." And I thought, "Oh, you're using agile." No, what he meant is that they didn't test software, they just built it and released it. So that meant they could change direction on a needlehead, which is not a really, really good thing. Because you make crap software that way. But it sounds advanced, it sounds cool and stuff like that, because it sounds like you are agile. But what comes with that is also, it's really hard to commit if you're always chasing the next trend. So that you see that with content creators a lot, that that are new, they jump from trend to trend to trend to trend to trend, and they never really grow that much. Then you get a burst when they find the right trend or the thing that fits them. But then there's a new trend coming on, and then they drop to that trend, and they lose a lot of their audience again, or they don't grow anymore. Because they're trying to do this trend following, instead of just do what fits them, what they're comfortable doing, and then do the I want to be the best in this area mentality. Windows 11 is great, yeah. No, if I'm getting a MacBook, it will be an Air or a Pro. One of those, probably, most likely, if I'm getting a Mac, if it's not a development laptop, my next laptop is going to be an Air as my personal consumer laptop. But I see no reason to do that. Development laptop, because I do a lot of Windows-specific shit still. Because that's where the biggest user base is. It will probably be like a Yoga like you have. But I don't know yet. It depends if I move more away from... Because right now I still do a lot of .NET shit, but if I move over to more like universal desktop, like so more Go, Java, TypeScript, React TypeScript kind of thing, where platform don't matter, I probably go more Apple. Well, you have to test out my AI removal tool. But yeah, like it's funny when I hear people that talk about that. Oh, we are on the forefront of this and this and this, and most likely that don't translate over to actually them being massively successful. Well, no, it's not. Well, it's the kernel, because your Xbox is not really running like Windows. It's running the kernel with some emulation and containerization and whatnot running in it. It's not like they take Windows and remove Teams and then put it on. It's a highly customizable version of Windows that they're running. It could be debatable if, like, how much Windows that actually is there. It kind of draws me back to like a conversation I saw in was it a tech talk a few years ago, where someone that talked about leadership, or what the fuck it was. He was in a cab to a conference, and he had to sit with a really, really higher up Apple guy. And he showed him his new Android phone, like what all of these features could do and all of that shit and blah, 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 blah. And he was like, why are you not competing with Android? Like, why are you not pushing out new features all the time? And what he said was actually like really fucking insightful. He was like, well, we don't try to beat Apple. Oh, sorry, Android. We try to beat Apple. And what do we mean? Like, we want the next iPhone to be better. Granted, this is like 8-9 years ago. We want the next iPhone to be the best iPhone ever. What everyone else is doing, we don't give a fuck about. We may take some inspiration, but we want, for the people that want an iPhone, we want the next one to be better than the previous one. Not because it's flashy features and stuff like that. We want a better iPhone that makes sense for the customers. Another interview I saw last year was with Tim Cook, where the interviewer asked him, what is your screen time? And he was like, I think it was only like 4 hours. It was not that high. And she was like, I thought you would be on your mobile phone all the time. He was like, no. And he was like, Apple don't want to make products that people get addicted to. They want to make products that makes people's life better. So when he realized he was spending too much time on his mobile phone, they made stuff so he didn't have to. Like they made changes to how it worked, what's happening, and some things came up out of it that made it so you don't have to, and you can limit it your screen time. And companies that think like that typically do better than we want. We just like YouTubers or content creators. We are hunting the next trend. We are hunting the next big thing because they think that's innovation. Innovation is not following trends like my previous job did. Innovation is doing something new nobody else has done before. Running after AI, everyone is running after AI. That's not innovation anymore. Everyone is doing it. But doing something nobody else has done either with or without AI, that's innovation. Putting as much AI into existing software, everyone does that shit. That's not innovation. That's just hype following, trend following. Call it what you will. Call it what you will. And we had a hard time explaining that to our boss. Yeah, but so do any gaming console. PlayStation and Nintendo does the same with virtualization. I should get into Hyper-V and never really fucked around with that, to be honest. But yeah, people think innovation means that you're following trends or hype. No. You can be innovated in a technology that's 5 years old. You're just using it, doing things nobody else have done before. You're innovating the market. Running after AI, everyone is doing that. That's why it triggers me a little bit when people say, we are AI first, innovative AI first company, but everyone says that. It's like you can't fucking go out the door before you get like an AI salesman splattered all over your face like it was just coming over like a 25-year-old bosom. It's like just like, god damn it, man! Like, tell me something different. Clean you up, Mr. Crying Penguin. Here, there you go. Like, come on, dude. Get hold of yourself. But I think it comes from, because my old boss kind of alludes to it a little bit. And again, I see this in a lot of people, and it's a little bit of a problem. Especially if you run a company. That he was not satisfied with what he was doing because it was not sexy. So the field he's in is not as sexy. Like, it's not like make a good money, really good money, but it's not like when you hear what he was doing, you'll be like, oh, that's highly technical and innovative and like, you don't think Bill Gates and all the, like these tech giants, which he always wanted to be a tech guy. But he's been more successful in doing non-tech endeavors. And I was like, dude, like, if I made the money you made and I was a plumber, I don't give a fuck. I'm making good money. If I'm making over $1 million a month, I don't give a fuck if I'm unclogging toilets. Okay? Like, not personally, but I have a company that makes over $1 million a month. I don't care, like, and the future looked even better. I'm like, dude, like, yeah, call me a dirty fucking clocker. I don't care. I don't care how it sounds like on my business card. If I make good fucking money, right? Like, and the future, I'm like, in the future, we're going to make even more fucking good money. Yeah, I'm shuffling shit. Shit shuffler. Professional shit shuffler. I don't, like why are people, I know why people are so, they want the prestige, call it what you will, But it's ruining so many companies when bosses are trying to follow what is more sexy, what is sound more, smarter, technical. It's all, of course, because of insecurities. But like, dude, you have a good thing going here, and instead of taking this good thing and making it better and bigger, you start focusing on all these other endeavors that were more technical. We had so many plans how we could, like, even with technology like AI and apps and stuff like that, expand the customer base and really capitalizing on the existing customer base and making many money. But it was still not sexy enough for him. He was still just a ex-man, that didn't sound good on a business card. And I was like, you were throwing so much money on the fucking floor. We were all just like, what the fuck, man? What's going on? I always wanted to be a tech guy, a software guy, but I always wanted to be slim, tall. Well, I am tall, but slim and buffed and handsome as fuck. I'm not. Every time I take a piss, I wish I had a bigger dick. I don't. You have to work with what where you are. And if you already are in a situation where you're living a good life, making a good amount of money, why the fuck try to jeopardize that? Why not try to milk this cow as much as possible? And then when it dries out, the tits gets too long and too dry, then think about doing something else. Had he gotten a good, not coach, but advisor, because he did have a business coach. Coaching is a bullshit in my eyes. But they need, like, someone that already have built a business up. Come and talk to them on how to expand the customer base and how to get more out of the customer base. That would have been so helpful for them, I think. Because they were doing a lot of crazy shit. And they also had a lot of software that they were building in-house. I'm not joking. It's worth so much money. And he never did anything with it. I'm like, you can clean this up and you can sell this for thousands of dollars per unit. But he never did it. Because it was not fancy enough. It was not AI enough. It was not this and that. Like, I could tell you what it was, but just out of respect, I won't. But if you saw it, you'll be like, oh, there's a gold mine here. Or at least a silver mine. It could be adaptable to work in other fields also really easily. But it's not hip and modern, and it's only business to business. So there's a lot of business to business means a lot of money, but it also means less. So most of the people that makes the most of the money on Earth, you don't hear about. Because they're not dealing with you and me. We don't have, collectively and individually, we don't have that much money. They're dealing with other massive businesses. Because they can pay them more. They can pay them a shit ton more. Yeah, PlayStation is BSD based, yeah. So is Nintendo. No, Nintendo's OS is Linux, I think. So the ultra massive companies like what if Blackwater, what they call and stuff like that, that only deal with other trillion-dollar companies. That's where you should want to be. But again, it's not fancy. It's not an ego boost. You're like the security guy at work. You're the one nobody knows about, nobody talks about. You're there in the background. You're rarely visible when everything goes well. But when things go tits up, you're the bat signal they call for. And that's why you make the good money. But I guess it's better to follow trends and hype and have a fancy business card with a fancy title than actually fucking making money. Which is why I want to start my own software company. AI-based. I take all your data and I sell it to Google because they can never get enough. And then I become a billionaire. Or I just make a fictive company. I should just do that. Make a website. Make AI make the most fucking addictive website ever. Selling a cheap Chinese product that don't work. And then just become a billionaire in a year. And then sell it to someone that wants to give me money. Then when they figure out that it's just smoke and mirrors, it's just like, oh. But then I made my money. You know what? We should do that. What would be a good, like, what market should we go into? Like, the easy one is like something pharmaceutical, but it's also like a massive lawsuit waiting. Because people can get super sick or die. But everyone wants to know that wonder drug. There's no money in a Linux distribution company. Think about it. Think about it. Let's do a little bit draw and tell here. Think about it, my friend. How many do we really have that runs? Like, that is super successful. Or, well, they are super successful in the Linux world. We have Canonical. How the fuck do you spell that? Let's just call them Con. We have Red Hat. We have SUSE. And you could say that if you don't talk about making a shit ton of money, but making a living. Sorion, I think that's how you spell it, and Mint. So, this one here makes like okay money. This one here, they have about $1 million, I think it's $1 million in the bank or something like, so they make a little bit. So this one here makes decent money. Decent. I think Canonical has like a revenue of Canonical. There you go, Canonical. I think Red Hat Canonical is like have like they put in the bank about 300 million a year is what they earn. So decent money. So this is what you will call small businesses. So that would be like a small, mom and pop business size kind of thing would be Saurian Mint. So when the main guy of Saurian, or the main people of Saurian goes away, and the main guy of Mint goes away, that's kind of it for those companies. So these are like super temporary. This one is kinda cell phone. They have parent company that don't control it. It's a weird situation. Well, this one is IBM, as you said. So, technically, it's not a pure Linux distribution company anymore because it's under the control of IBM. It's also the reason why one of the reasons why they killed off CentOS. For Red Hat to exist, it don't have to be successful because it can siphon money out of IBM. So I would say this is more like calling Microsoft a Windows-only company when it's not. Windows is not their main money driver, it's their services. Red Hat is not IBM's main money driver, so that's out of the window. Oh, this is 100% self-owned. Well, again, SUSE, I think these two here makes about the same amount of money, and compare that to the rest of the world, like businesses in general. If you take all the business in the world, they will be like a mid-sized business, maybe between small and mid-size. So if the main people, well, Mr. Spaceman has already stepped down and handed over the reins to someone else. So there's like generational continuation in these two companies in SUSE, but they are small compared to the world. If you compare them to the tech world. Like there are companies selling software like you never heard of that are bigger and making more money than Canonical and SUSE. Like that's like they're not even close to be hey gosh, they're not even close to be thought about as like Adobe. Think about more like Affinity, Canva. Maybe not even Canva. Also Affinity got bought up by Canva. Yeah, there, like I said, there's probably a million. Yeah. I'm wearing it right now. I have two. I got the G-Shock and then the AB100 or 1000, what it was called, ABL. The ABL one. Like, there are companies you have never heard of that existed longer and that are making more money than Canonical and SUSE. You know? Yeah, Casio. Or Cisco blew them out of the water. Sorry, that's the Casio. I gotta ask why I don't have a smartwatch. It's so nice not to get, feel so fucking connected all the time. Like it's just more peaceful in my opinion. I fucking love it. And mine is like the one I'm having on now, the G-Shock, is like, it took like 2 hours to charge it in the sun. And every night it gets, via the satellites, it sets the watch. So it's basically a forever watch. But I was stupid enough to buy like a negative display. So it's a little bit hard to see even in sunlight. So I may buy the non-negative display one either next month or sooner. Or late, I don't know. But the other one I have, like the ABL, is like the non-negative one. But the armband is snipping my hairs off because it's metal armband. It's snipping off my hairs off my arm. So I just ordered on Amazon a replacement. I'm waiting for that to... Well, I can pick it up tomorrow morning, so I'm going to pick it up tomorrow morning at the pickup place. But back to this bit over here. Yeah, so... Compared to the world, they are almost not there. So what I'm trying to say is that's not really... And also, you have to think about it. The distribution. These are corpo. These are mainly corporate distributions. Like Canonical is a corporate company that makes software, aka Ubuntu and alike, for corporate people first. So do SUSE. That's their main goal. So, not really for us consumers. Then we only have like the likes of Zoe and Mint and stuff like that you would be thinking about like a mom and pop shop. One of them, or a mom and pop shop that, or let's say like you have like the Italian pizza guy that has like 3 or 4 or 5 pizzerias in your town and do okay. That's what the rest of them are. And there's already too many of them. So the market is oversaturated with distributions and distribution companies in quote. The business part of it is already been saturated by Canonical, Red Hat, and SUSE. There's not really need for many more. So yeah, you try to compete in a market where nobody wants you, basically. Nobody wants another Linux distribution. Oh yeah, they probably makes more money from the IBM Unix and HP Unix than they do from the Linux distribution. Fedora is great. I never had Pizza Hut. Okay, yeah, I think it has to go to Copenhagen to get that here in Denmark. And I don't want like a 4-hour delivery. I think the pizza will be a little bit sloppy when it comes back to me. Well, so here's the thing. Danish pizza is greasy in general, so I will probably like it. At least the pizzas I had here in Denmark get super greasy super fast. Unless you get it from a proper Italian restaurant and pay the living shit out of your wallet from it. But so yeah, to answer your question, nobody wants more Linux distributions. People just think they do. And the market is already getting super satisfied by the ones they have. So why? There's no nobody's yelling and screaming for a Linux distribution. Like, oh, we all want, or why can't we have one to do X, Y, and Z? It's just not there. You could be lucky making one that people want, like Catchy OS and stuff like that, but there's no guarantee that you're going to be sustainable. Who knows where Catchy OS is in... What was the one before Catchy OS that nobody talks about now? Yeah, people are installing Windows because they can't play games that need an anti-cheat engine. No, not Manjaro. There was another one everyone was talking about like last year. What the fuck was it before Catchy? Yeah, Barsite. There you go. Yeah. Barsite. Nobody's talking about that anymore. Or Borsite or B-side, whatever the fuck you pronounce it. And then before that, it was Manjaro. Then it was... Oh, what is the one? Not main. What is it called? MX Linux. MX Linux was hyped. Like, you can always try to be one of those that is new, refreshing to some degree, but the sustainability is never there. Give it like a year or so, then nobody talks about Catchy OS anymore, something else. Again, they're doing this whole following trends instead of being the best. And Mint and Zoe, and even though I don't like Zoe, they do try to be the best in their field, and they do try to speak to the customers in their field, you know. Well, Fedora has always been up and down, just like Debian. You know, Noboa was another one. Noboa was another one, yeah. But yeah, like honorable mentions has always been Fedora and Debian. And also, you have to credit Manjaro. They've been doing quite well for like a long ass time. Like they have done a really good job. Like they are probably the third one besides Mint Sorian that I would put into that like sustainable business, small mom and pop business kind of thing. Yeah, I don't like the way the people, the same. Yeah, I don't like the way that they act, the Sorian developers. But also, it's so hard to satisfy Linux, like the Linux community, because everyone wants it their way. And that means you can never do anything right. Because they're never happy. And then you satisfy one group, then the group you satisfy get angry, or you didn't satisfy the other groups. You know. What did it for me was when they bullied Canonical into open source a project and then they just did nothing. One guy had run it in their basement or something like that, besides Canonical themselves. But he spent like 6 months bullying them into spending thousands of dollars to open source it. And then nobody gave back to them, nobody helped them out, and I was just like, that was what did it for me. That was like, yep, that just confirmed everything I believed in with FOSS and Linux users. Yeah, if Linux is so great, where are the users? Exactly. If it's so great, you don't have to ask people to use it. They will come by themselves. That sounds like a lot of that's telemetry right there, though. That can only be done with telemetry. Yeah, interesting. I always wanted to make a Linux dist. I've done it like hundreds of times, but it was one of my earliest dreams was to make like a Linux distribution and develop a Linux distribution and I, and I have so many ideas of what I want to do, how I want to do it. And I think it would be doable. Well, it is doable. Again, it's just you have to deal with the community, and I don't want to. I kind of want to make a distribution because there's so many people, even popular distributions, that just don't get it. So basically, I want to do what Ubuntu did in the past. Make a distribution for the consumers, not for the nerds. They can still there will still be tools and access to if you want to be a nerd, but focusing on making it as accessible as humanly possible. And I have ideas to a lot of programs that will help with that. What base and how to do it. But I just know that if I would just get I will do it, and then after like a few, I don't know, like maybe a year, I would get so frustrated with the community, I would just like spurking out like a motherfucker. And just deleting everything because I get so fed up with listening to them complaining about free shit they get without paying for it. Yeah, I don't give much fucks about Linux anymore either. Oh, sorry. I know enough Linux now that if I get put in the situation where I need to do something with it, I can do it. Or I can easily figure out how to do it. So if I need to fuck around with Linux, I am comfortable enough that I can do most of the things or easily get to where I want to get shit done. Then I don't need to run it all the time, or at least once in a while. And that means that if I have to deal with Linux, I deal with Linux. If I don't have to deal with Linux, I don't give a fuck. I really don't give a fuck. The only problem I have that I would like to do, if I should do a Linux distribution, I would want someone that can do drivers for hardware. But that is such a fucking minefield with proprietary, and the people that can do that, they typically cost money because they don't want to do it, for free, because it's such a high demand job. And Active Directory project, I think you mentioned it, but I can't remember. Please tell me again. Yeah, I never seen an OS as home or work mode. I'm just at a point where I'm like, when I use Linux, I'm like, there's all these small little things that irritates the shit out of me that I know is not a problem on any other OS like Windows and Mac, or the Windows and Mac just do it 10,000 times better than Linux does. And I know I could fix it by either configuring, altering, or building a software that fixes it, but it's just like I should not have to. It's 2026, I should not have to. Linux is so old, I should not have to do these things. That's the biggest problem I have with Linux, that there's so much shit that I remember back 10, 20 years ago I still did. I still had to deal with this shit. The UIs were still inconsistent. The settings were still fucking weird on all fucking environments. Rendering of fonts and whatnot is still iffy-diffy. Yeah. Oh, I think you talked about that, yeah. Because I want to fix audio in Linux, but you can't do that without driver level expertise, and I don't have that. I do miss my Kubuntu and my Pop OS a little bit now that we are talking about it. I got Kubuntu set up really fucking well, man. Like, it was such a... Like, I had it so nice. But it was just all these small little fucking irritations, and the audio was iffy sometimes, and... Like I said, the screen quality just seems to be out of place with some fucking... It just didn't look right. Later did an A/B comparison and it turned out I was right. It was more vibrant on Windows and Linux. But again, I could fix that somewhat easily. But again, I should not have to. There's a lot of the things with Linux is like, I should not have to. Oh, I can't get Streamlabs on it. And I could not set up my Elgato shit that I use. If I need to change anything, I had to use Windows on Mac. Luckily enough, the Linux world has not been so infected with AI. I bet there's a lot of fucking software on Linux that is going to be AI developed that nobody can figure out because of that, but... What about... What about making a Linux distribution, but running the free BSD kernel? Yeah. Networking and security are really, really safest or safer, what you will call them. I am low-key saving up to replace my Mac Mini. With I kind of want the top of the line Mac Mini, like the Pro, with at least 32 gig of RAM and 5 whatever gigabyte of storage. No, I don't need another laptop because I like. Trust me, I would want a laptop, but I don't need a laptop. That's the problem. I have like already 3 laptops that are workable. No, wait, 4. Yeah, 4 laptops. And I use 2 of them. And I never use them outside my house. That's the problem I have. Well, luckily enough, we have some stores that have them in stock here in Denmark, so... And also, I think a new they are refreshing them in in a few months. They're moving up to the M5 right here. And that means that, restocking and everything. A lot of people say that's why they are... besides getting the stock configuration, Mac Minis are apparently hard to get. At least on Apple's website. But not their laptops. And that's typically what they do before they refresh. So they sell out the stock they have, and then before they refresh, they sell out as much as they can. So they don't produce new shit, basically. Now, I kind of want to get rid of my gaming rig because it's like... I don't need the temptation. Because it's so easy to just plug on a game and then, oops, that's what that day I could have used developing or something like that. Where if I'm running Mac OS, well, we all know how gaming and Mac OS is. So I'm forced to game on my PlayStation 5, and I do like it. It's not I'm not, unless there's a few games, but for the most part, I'm not going to sit and game for a whole day on my PlayStation. I do have a MSI Claw, the first gen one. And I mostly use it in bed for if I want a bed day where I just basically lay in bed the most of the day and watch YouTube, and then I may play some Stardew Valley or some, small games on it. I am thinking about going with having a Snapdragon computer also. I almost bought a Chromebook this month or last week because I want a new bed computer, one without a fan. But I'm just the speakers and screen is not as good as on the MacBook Air. And I'm okay with using the MacBook Air as a bed computer. If needed, I can always, it's not like it's getting worse by using it in bed. It's just it just feels a little bit overkill using a MacBook Air as a, let's watch a YouTube video an hour before I fall asleep, or if I just don't want to get out of bed for a day, and it just seems a little bit overkill, but it is good speakers, good screen, man. Every time I take my Windows laptops over and I use them in bed for some light development in bed and I play a video, it's just it's not my MacBook Air. It's not my MacBook Air. And I have to be careful that they don't suck up too much dust and whatnot from the bed because there are fans in them. So I'm always nervous about that. Because I don't want to clean them all the time. And now, I don't have I kind of have an excuse to be on Windows because of my coding projects I want to do. That is Windows specific, but I could run Linux. But then again, I can game on Linux, so the temptation is still there. And I just bought Crimson Desert. I played it for an hour, I think, before I went online. I don't know how to feel about it. It's the story is a little bit weird. A lot of it don't make sense, but it makes sense. But it may even be fucking AI generated. I don't know, because it feels like it is. It's why are you saying the sentence in that way? That makes no sense unless it's one of those where they're translated over from Korean or something like that. Then it would make sense. Because I think the company is the same that make Black Desert. And I think they're from Korea, if I'm not mistaken. And it would make sense if the English is just a dub and it's just directly over, or not over, directly translated one by one without grammar correction, because there's a lot of grammatical errors in it. They will say something and stop mid-sentence where it don't make sense and then say something or continue. Or they will say everything in one sentence where there should have been a period in it or something like that. And also the voice acting is not super good. But they do say it's a really good like when they do say the story is the weak part of it. And it's the gameplay and the story and exploration that's the best part of it, and I don't mind that. It was either that or Pragmatica, what the fuck it's called. But the Pragmatica is apparently a really short game. 10 hours. And I don't want to pay like $60 for a 10-hour game. Like, that's not. I will get that when it's on sale. But I really, really want to play it. The Crimson Desert is like 100+ hour game, so... I can't stop, man. Well, I can't stop, but... I just got addicted to... I just finished it today. It's called Last Starship. And it's like Factorio... Satisfactory in space kind of thing. So you're building a spaceship, multiple spaceships if you want to, and you're exploring 2 galaxies, and there's a little bit of a storyline there. It's a cheap game, it's a fun game, and I was purposely not doing everything as fast as possible, and I beat it in 61 hours or something like that. And I was taking my sweet ass time doing it, like exploring a lot, mining a lot, making a lot of money, expanding a lot, building different ships that did different things, like really taking my time. But I got so into it, man. I loved those kind, like Factorio, Satisfactory kind of games. And that's the problem, is I always find those. I also bought Citizen Sleeper, which is a totally different fucking game that I normally would never play. But everyone says they're so good, so I got both of them on sale, so... They have a super good soundtrack. Maybe I should play the soundtrack for them for next stream. It actually reminds me a little bit of this song here. But it's super heavily... you read a lot. Like, not... Let me put it this way. If you look at it being played, it's super boring. But it's super well written, super good story apparently. I only played it for like 20 minutes, the first one. And it's like a dice rolling game. It's like a tabletop RPG in game form. And it sounds like again, it's something different, and I don't mind. I want to read more, so it's perfectly fucking excuse to read more. But there's a lot of reading in it. But they say it's like a really, really good game. It do remind me a lot of those Choose Your Own Adventures book I read back in the day when I was a kid. Where you read part of a side on a book, and then you have these options depending on what your dice roll. If it's over this or under this, you either win or lose the roll. And if you win, you go to page 150, paragraph 5, and you read that bit, and there's another thing happening, and you roll the dice again, and you jump to another side, depending on how it goes. You jump to side 2, paragraph 3. And then you will be jumping all over the book by rolling the dice, basically. Oh, god damn it. Oh, that was something that came behind me. I used to play them a lot at the library when I was a kid. With my friends. You pick a book. It was always, like, based around, like... It was basically Skyrim before Skyrim, now I'm thinking about it. This fair maiden has a quest for you to go pick up something in a cave. Do you accept it? Yes, go to page 240, paragraph 5. You go into the cave, you find the sword. Do you pick it up or not? And then you roll the dice. If you roll beneath 2 or 4, you don't pick it up or something like that. And if you don't pick it up, then go to another side. Is Linux gaming slowing down? Let me say it in another way. For people that do game on Linux, no. For everyone else, they are like, Linux gaming what? If that makes sense. Most of the world don't know or give a fuck, and the ones that do give a fuck, I think it's kind of the same. Nothing massively... I've not heard anything massively new on the Linux gaming front. Where I'm like, holy shit, this is like unique or new. It's just like, oh, this game came out and Proton supports it, or don't, or this has been verified for Proton or not. Like, it's like the people that want to game on Linux, it's just the same old. And for the rest of the world, they don't give a fuck, to be honest. Again, if they did, they would be gaming on it. And most of the people on Steam, they don't know they're running Linux anyway, until they figure out they can't play Fortnite or whatever it is. And they get their nerd friend to install Windows on it. So I don't think it's I don't think it's I don't think it's slowing down or going up. It's just stagnating. I do like this watch. There's something like 80s about it. No, without Steam and Valve, there will be no real Linux gaming, no. Oh, and Gabe Nolan or Newland or what the fuck his name is, he just finished his new yacht. Was it last year, this year? It's so big that it has room for other yachts to be in it. Has a massive gaming room and its own infirmary. That we are all sponsoring by buying games on its fucking store. So all you Linux people that hate big businesses and stuff like that, think about that next time you boot up Steam and be so grateful that our savior and overlord has allowed you to play it on Linux while he's installing his 15 gaming computers in his gaming office on his new yacht. I think he was like, what was he's saying, like, he wakes up in the morning, game a little bit, I think it is, do work and take a bath in his jacuzzi and then game a little bit more and work and then play golf or something like that. All paid for by you, my friend. We just gave him his new mega yacht. Oh, he's probably using Linux, Windows 100%, yeah. And let's be honest, Windows users have paid most of that shit anyway, so Mac and Linux users almost paid nothing, so imagine having a yard bigger than most fucking real estates, like areas. Not just one house, but like a fucking street. Like you have a floating street. Hey, that will not That would probably be fucking nice, though. Just imagine you go to sleep in one city and you wake up in another continent. Another country in another city. And then you stay there for a day, you do your shit, and you go to sleep and wake up. You can basically be wherever the fuck you want. And you're basically living in a mansion. Some of them have golf yards and swimming pools and cinemas and all that fucking shit. Like, it's like living in a little city. The only thing that's a little bit irritating is deliveries, I guess. But when you have that much money, you don't need deliveries. You just don't care about the price. You just go, I need a spec'd out MacBook Pro. I'm just going to the Mac store and buy one. In whatever city that you're harboring in. And I want Italian food. Let's get that tomorrow. We can wake up in Rome. Like, fuck buying it from the local Italian or semi-Italian guy. We just get it from a source, man. I wonder how like much movement there's in those mega yards. Like if they do well on open sea, or if they are more like like they're in the element in like around a country, like not in open water, but close to the coastline. Yeah, but would there, like, if you had like a mega yacht, would there be a reason to have like a house? Unless you like looking at forestries. Well, you can just fucking, when you're done with your work day, you go to the harbor and then you just sail in, to like a area close by where there's a lot of fucking forest, and you can just look at that, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, he probably have a septic tank, yeah. And you have enough money to have your private chef, doctor, butler, girlfriends. Oh, it's Tuesday, bring up the redhead. They have their own floor. And it's so big that they barely see each other anyway, so there's no drama. Oh, it's a little bit chilly here. Let's go to like Colombia or something like that, or southern of Italy to get. I want some more warm in my body. I want iOS to replace macOS. Well, it kinda has. macOS acts a lot like iOS. I just don't think you would want the restrictions of iOS on your MacBook, though. I'm sitting here thinking about, like, would I want a house in different countries and then just fly over to them in my private jet? Or do I just want to live in a boat where I could just go wherever the fuck I want? And not dealing with the hassle of flying and having properties in different countries with different property laws and all that shit. Open source iOS. Because it probably well, it is faster to fly. But it's a bigger deal and you're not that mobile. Let's ask, you guys can't see this, but I'm going to ask good old AI. How long will it take for a super yacht to sail from, let's say, San Francisco to Tokyo? What the fuck? Let's see what good old Gemini has to say about this. I'm actually liking Gemini. Sailing a super yacht from San Francisco to Tokyo is a massive undertaking. Expect the journey to take anywhere from 10 to 20 days. Most owners will budget at least 3 to 4 weeks to allow for refueling stops and weather windows. Oh, god damn it. Fuel is the bottleneck. And then there's the weather window. Holy shit, so it's a month endeavor, basically. How much will it cost? For standard 150 to 200 feet super yacht, you should budget between 250,000 to 500,000 one trip. Food and supply to feeding a crew of 10 to 15 for 3 weeks is another 15 to 25,000. So let's just say 500. Yeah. We are not sailing to fucking. So if I had a super yacht, I will not be sailing to another continent. Like I would stay in the EU area or in the Americans area. Maybe sail up and down one coast in America. Well, they're also plain food, isn't that? But again, like I would not spend like fucking $500,000 and a month, $500,000 and a month, plus maintenance repairs that has to deal with it and shit. It says it will consume about 230,000 gallons of fuel. Holy shit. Well, if you're going fast and not just cruising, it's about $1 million. Fuck me, man. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit face. Just to dock in Tokyo is about $5,000 to $10,000. And then it costs $2,000 to $5,000 per night. Oh, fucking hell. Well, that's probably, like you said, like, pocket money for people like Gabe Newland, but... If you want to... Here's... This is what they recommend. The cheaper option. Put it on a freight carrier. Like a massive transport ship. It only costs you $150,000 to $250,000. And then you fly to Tokyo. Holy fucking... Yeah, that's... Why the fuck would you have a super yacht then? I thought they were like super fast and stuff like that. Is it just to sail around the marina to say fuck you to all the other tiny boats in there? And show who has the biggest dick? And then, of course, there's the whole maintenance shit that you have to deal with. Because it's probably super stressful, as they say here, to the whole... And the end... Holy shit. Well, for Gabe Newland, like yeah, this is probably... Oh, well, I spent more on fucking erection pills a month, so... Jesus Christ. Honestly, I thought it would be like a week. One, maybe two at most. But 3 to 4 fucking a month. Could you spend a month on sea? Just, just like... All you see is just the fucking weather. And the water. That may be too long for me. I don't know if I can do that. Again, you have a fucking mega yacht, so you can, like... It's like you have a fucking... Like, there's enough on the yacht to see, I guess. Like... And you get the good Starlink. So it's basically like being in your apartment, in your city, and only leave for food and shit like that. Have like a mansion... a mansion in your apartment, not apartment, in your city, and then just walk around. A month. And 500 to $1 million if you unlock it with like, holy shit. Yeah, I would buy a house in the countries I want to visit and just use my private jets. It's probably faster. Well, it is faster and super cheaper when you think about it. Yeah, honestly, it just takes too long. It's the time that I'm mostly like, like I said, had it taken like a week or 2 weeks, I'd be like, yeah. If you have that kind of money, you have that kind of money. You know, like spending $1 million to go to, you know, and then be there for like another month and then a week and 2 weeks. Most those rich people, bullshit people say nothing. Will be like, yeah, this is nothing. But a month just, nah. Anyway, I'm baffled over that fucking math. It's like, what the fuck? I need to go. I need to get up early to, like I said, I need to go pick up some shit that drop off. Thanks for stopping by. See you all later. Have fun. Hopefully see you next week.